Thanks for joining. Today we have day number 5, and today we are going to learn. Actually, we have started this API learning, and then we have to continue this API learning. So today I will go and cover the common uses of related to webhook, identify the constraints related to consuming API, explain common HTTP response code, what is their error code, and what is that HTTP code, and then troubleshoot a problem related to HTTP code, and if time permits, then I will go and complete this section, that is identify the parts of HTTP response, because all these topics are very much connected: 2.4, 2.5, 2.6. So one topic means you will automatically understand the other topic as well. So let's move in. Let's try to understand these concepts. The first concept we have here related to a webhook. From the diagram, you can understand that you have networking devices. So for example, I have my LAN, I have my campus area network, and those devices I am monitoring, managing via Cisco DNA. Now, if you manage the devices via Cisco DNA, that means that you have some management plane. All networking devices, they can go, and since you have enabled the telemetry to networking devices, so all those informations you have to the network management system, maybe Cisco DNA, maybe SolarWinds server, maybe in any type of NMS. Now what these webhook receivers are doing, that they are connected with the network management system. So here you can see that they are using some sort of HTTP post method or the HTTP methods to communicate in between the networking devices to the webhook receivers. So for example, I can give you one practical example of this webhook, that I can go and integrate my Microsoft Teams with network management system. So if my network management system, for example, Cisco DNA, if they will receive any type of P1, P2, P3 alert, then due to webhook integration, those alerts will be seen within the Microsoft Teams, and not only within the Microsoft Teams, that but we can go and create one group there within Microsoft Teams, and that particular reported issues will land in that particular group of engineers, so they can easily go and track and resolve those issues. So this is very much like automated, and this will provide you some real-time failure. Suppose my DNA having real-time failure capture capability, means anything is happening, DNA come to know. At the moment DNA will come to know those issues, then with help of webhook receivers, the teams will get to know, and in that teams, whatever group of members are there, they will get these notifications. So there are different type of tools, or there are different types of collaboration tools we are using. For example, Cisco has Cisco WebEx, Microsoft having Teams, then you have PagerDuty. That is one other thing, that we can go and connect these tools via webhook, and ultimately we know that these tools are connected with ITSM tool as well. So sometimes we don't want to, means obviously their integration is there with ITSM tool, but sometimes we want that particular reported issues directly reach to the webhook receivers. From there it can go to anywhere like Teams, WebEx, PagerDuty, and all those. Right? What are the components we have here? Again, from the diagram you can figure out that you have networking component, you have network management system component, and then finally you have webhook receiver. So you have three components. Receivers, this is a service or service capable of receiving HTTP POST request from external source. It is configured to handle incoming webhook payloads and trigger action based on the data received. The network management system, as we know that from there we can manage the devices, and then the networking devices such as routers, switches, firewall, etc. Then the workflow, I already explained you about this workflow, that event occurs at networking devices. This is point one, that some event will happen, some CPU spike, interface down, device reboot, like that, and according to that you have created the priority. Like if it's a normal issue, that will be priority 4. If it is little bit less severe, priority 3, priority 1, 2, like that. As per the severity, the event are categorized. Then NMS will go and detect that. So NMS monitoring system will detect that. Then NMS generate the payload, webhook payload. Then NMS, because you have integration in between NMS and the webhook, then the NMS will generate, and then it will send the webhook to the, it will send this to the, via the webhook to the webhook receiver, and from there it can go anywhere. So that's the workflow you have. Simple, easy workflow. There is no much complexity. Then what webhook will do? It will go receive and process the payload. It will trigger the action, and finally the feedback loop back means someone can go and resolve that issue. After that he can comment or suggest. So those things are falling under feedback loop, because you are in the system where you are continuously developing, continuously integrating. CI/CD type of thing is there. So this is the nice way that we are tracking the events within the system, and this will give you a real time output. So this is for real time event handling and automation, simplified integration with external system and services, reduce manual interventions for routine tasks, improve responsiveness to network events and anomalies, enhance coordination and communicate between networking components and management systems. Okay, so this is the topic related to understanding the webhook. Now, in case you are interested to create your own webhook, you can do it. You can do it. You need one Teams, you need one DNA. Within the DNA and within the Teams, you can go and create this. It's actually easy to create such type of alerts related to webhook. It has some phases, it has some steps, like 4 to 5 steps that you have to do, and then it will work. Okay.
Are we going to have a like an example for using webhooks in
Um,
network, or just
CC,
the theory?
CCNA level, they haven't given any example, but if you are interested, I can give you the link. You can follow the steps and you can create this use case. I have done this for my previous organization. Actually, it is easy to create. In DNA, we have that option to integrate with webhook. And then what you need some sort of key, space ID from the team's perspective. And then there are automation script. The automation scripts are generally little bit big, and I don't think so that we have this in CCNA level. Yeah, it is not there. But yeah, you can put this as a notes, and while completing this course, you can ask me that, okay, this webhook integration or chatbot, these things are something new. Like you can create your own chatbot as well. Like someone will type something in the chat and the result will come. So chatbot and this webhook integration, we can put these things in assignment. Although this is not part of our curriculum, but yeah, we are generally creating some assignment right after completion of this course. So we can do it. It's not a big thing. I have already the scripts and how to do it. All those steps are there. Okay, so please
Okay.
mark this as a assignment. And when we are nearing the course completion, then we can this plus chatbot. And one more thing is there, that web application development related to any NMS. Those are actually part of CCNP automation, but let's put these things in assignment. All right, let's move to the next topic. Next topic, again, you will see that since the exam is expecting that we are at CCNA level, so this point of time they will tell you that what is the what's the technology, and what are the things, what are the key components in the technology. Likewise, you can see that we have subsection 2.3, where we have to identify the constraints when consuming APIs. Right, when consuming APIs. So we know that we have three different type of methods to configure devices: CLI, GUI, and API. API is having more flexibility. Why? Because it can be integrated with any third-party tool, with any script, right? But while creating such type of scripts, we have some constraints as well that we can put in our script as well. So we can overcome from these limits that we have, these shortfalls that we have in the API consumption. So first example is the rate limit. This is number one. You can see why, because there may be chance that you are configuring, you are creating some application, or you have some API used in application, and suppose for example Cisco SD-WAN we manage. So you are sending some API requests to vManage, right? And parallelly, there may be chances that other engineers are also using APIs and interacting with API, right? So there should be some rate limit. First of all, n number of engineers, they are using same sort of API to send requests to be managed, or within same script, you have API calls in a way that they are exceeding the rate limit, right? Exceeding the rate limit that within 1 second, I am sending 2000 API requests, like that. So while creating this API request, we should have some sort of mechanism that we should wait for response as well. So you are sending some request, you are waiting for response. Why? Because they are very much like you are querying to the database. They are working at application layer, and these APIs are something like some request to the NMS. So you are generating the request, you are getting some response. From that response, you can filter that response, and that response output can be used for some other input, right? So rate limit is always a key factor. And then, this is not a new thing. Why? Because when we are dealing with any control mechanism, for example, if you are dealing with any protocol, for example, OSPF, BGP, EIGRP, any of these protocols, they have some hello timers, dead timers, etc. Why these things are important? Because we should make sure that when we are doing some query, first of all, the destination is alive or not. If that destination is not alive, then you are sending your request and you will not get the response. So then you can wait for some time, like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, to send second response, third response, and then you can exit from the program. So there are so many different use cases related to rate limit. Different people are using same APIs. Within same API, you have very aggressive timer set to do the queries, or maybe you want to make sure that your NMS is live, and then you are requesting and getting the responses, right? This is one of the key aspect, rate limit. Then authentication. This is again very important because whenever we are writing our post method or whenever we are writing our HTTP methods, authentication required. Authentication required that you should provide the valid username, password, and then we know that generally we are disabling the certificate errors, but we should not disable that in a well secure environment. Your certificate validity should pass. So authentication is there. We know that in the header we have this option called authentication, even the authorization. Authentication means that correct user having the correct access, right? And then you have the authorization means the correct user having the correct access, doing the correct thing, right thing, right? The access may be restricted based on the user rules and permission. So authentication or authorization is there when we are consuming the APIs, because APIs means simply you can go and do some configuration as well with post method, right? Then data format, we know that we have different type of data encoders such as JSON method, XML method. 90%, 95% we are going to use JSON, but there are different protocols such as netconf and other protocols related to IP phones, etc. They are understanding XML only. So there you can use XML, but JSON is robust. It is very much like key value pair, and it is mostly you will see that we are going to use JSON. But yeah, the API can handle different type of data formats. So one, two, three, these are the very basic. But point number five is very important, because while you're writing big codes, big programs, then you should know that how to handle the errors. Different type of errors can come. At that point of time, you want to exit from the loop, like you want to stop the task and you come out, or you want to continue, and what type of error it is generating. All these things you can mention within the block of program. So I want to continue, I want to break, or what is the error. Everything can be encoded with this error and exception handling techniques that we have. Endpoint changes. So here you can see that API may evolve. Yeah, that's true actually. So what is happening? So for example, the APIs that got developed for DNA 1.0 may be not equivalent to DNA 3.0. So yes, these APIs are something you will see that in the older versions you have less APIs, you have some modification in the APIs, and then newer version you have more APIs, more API support, and then those old APIs may be there, may not be there. So API may also get evolved, they may also get changed. Then version control, we have discussed about this, that versioning is also very important. When you are creating your code, piece of code, maybe 2 year back you have created some code that is still valid 95% or 98%, then 2% you want to change. So whenever you do any changes in your program, make sure that you are doing the versioning, you are tracking the history, you are updating the versions, right? Then you can see security is also very important. This is important, I think we have one topic related to security. Yeah, in this curriculum itself we have one separate topic related to security, and in that you will come to know that in the enterprise we have different type of measures related to security. So suppose if we are using username and password, and that username and password should not be common to all the users. So for that we are doing some identity management. So we may have Cisco ICE or ClearPass, those type of identity services. We may have TACACS configured as per the TACACS credentials, as per the TACACS authentication authorization. People are getting the API access, right? Or people are getting the access. But you know that the admin username and password we are putting somewhere in the vault, and that vault only few people in the organization, they are knowing the username password for that particular vault, secure vault. And that vault username password also we are keep rotating after 15 days or 30 days or 2 months, depending upon the company policy. So to provide the security, we are measuring. We have lot many things related to security. This is just one point, but there are so many things that you should have to measure while deploying the script within the enterprise. Then documentation is a key. It's very important to document everything that we have. So all the error handling methods, versioning control methods, API change methods, everything should be documented. So 2023, this API was doing this. 2024, this API is not in use. Then instead of this API, we are using this API. So someone has to go and do the document control, that this was the rule before 2023, this is the rule after 2024, 2025, etc., etc., right? So documentation is very important. Sometimes you will see one term is used for documentation, that is feedback loop. Feedback loop is something related to documentation, right? And finally you will see that we have throttling and quotas. Throttling and quotas are something like, when you do the when you go and create the APIs, you will find that they have some issues, or they have some limits related to, for example, paging issue. There is one issue called paging issue. That means if you go and run the API, it will give you first 500 lines. Then if you have to go to next 500 lines, next 500 lines, then you have to go and put some exception or increase the buffer size, that when I run the API, it should go and give me 3000 lines, right? So those are the things there related to throttling and quotas. Sometimes we can overconsume the API, so it will go and generate the error, but it's okay. Sometimes you'll get such type of issues like quota full or throttling, etc. Remaining, you can see that if you go and use point number 1 to 9, that is actually the best practices as well, writing the API, developing the application based on APIs. Whenever you will go and um, create your script, you will see that you have to take care about all these things. All these things you have to take care, right? And then what I have done, that I have created this point by point thing, and then let's come to this throttling and APIs. API may enforce throttling mechanism or uses quotas limit the number of requests or amount of data that can be processed within the specific time frame. Yeah, adhering to these limits, this avoid service disruption, denial of service. Yeah, that's the throttling. Okay, you have any doubts so far? This is the summary chart we have. Feel free to ask. Again, these are very much theoretical topic. Today we are going to learn theory only, that I don't like much. I want
Uh,
live. I like. Yes, yes, please ask. Yeah.
so you mentioned about the use of wallets apps for security.
Yes.
Like what tools are those, or
Yeah.
which one
So,
we could use?
um, yeah. So we have actually topic related to vaults, and yeah, I will give you some example related to vaults. So let me see the agenda. Let me quickly show you. If it is already there in security, then better we can discuss when it will come. Here it is. Okay, it is there. So we'll discuss about vault. I have few slides related to that. I'll
Okay.
explain you in that how we are doing with the vault security, what's the need of this vault, but it is very much required in the enterprise network. It will come after maybe 10, 12 classes. This will come.
Okay.
Apart from that, any other query you have?
No, that's it.
Alright, so far we are learning all these boring stuff. Now we have one very useful stuff. This this is something that daily basis you can see these codes every day. Even when you are browsing the websites, you may get 403 errors and etc etc. So let's see what is there in the agenda. Agenda is this: to explain common HTTP response code and associate this with REST API. Anything starting with 200 is actually good. So 200 what we want. So when we are running our Postman script, we are getting some HTTP code like 200. 200 means that successful request, retrieving the device information. That is good. That's the 200. Then 201, resource created successfully, adding new VLAN configuration. This is also good actually. 200, 201, they are good. But starting with 400, you can see 400 or 4xx. The code is 4xx. So 400, bad request. Malform request or invalid syntax. 401, authentication require, invalid credential. 403, request refused due to lack of authority. So this is for authentication, this is for authorization. 404, request not found. 405, unsupported HTTP method for resources. 500, maybe your server is unavailable, unreachable, so you will get some internal error, configuration issue or software bug. That's a 500. So this is the error code actually, that 200, anything related to 2xx will be good, 400 will be bad, bad request, authentication issue, authorization issue, request resource not found, the unsupported HTTP method, internal servers, etc. Now this one slide is important because sometimes, suppose if you go for any interview, like DevNet based interview or programming based interview, so in that they will expect that you should have basic understanding of responses, HTTP responses or HTTP status code. So they may ask you, oh, what is 403 code? If I am getting 403, what does it mean? So that means that request refused due to lack of authorization. What does it mean by 405? Unsupported HTTP method. So on that point, it is important. The other importance of these errors is this, that when you go and run this over Postman or curl, etc., and if you get these type of numbers, then you will understand, oh, everything is okay, only authorization issue. Okay, only authentication issue means some invalid credential. And then you can go and change the variables related to username, password, the environment variable, and then it will work. Right? So this is very good first-hand information to troubleshoot the APIs. So then you will get some direction to proceed, that what's the error and what will be the overcome. Then you will figure out that. Again, one more graphics here. HTTP response code associated with it. Here you can see that 200 is okay, 201 is created new, then 400 is bad request, 401 unauthorized, 403 forbidden, resource not found, method not allowed, internal error. Same thing here in this way. Then again, I have added few lines here, like if you are getting 200, then what exactly it means. This response code indicates that the request was successful. For example, when retrieving information about Cisco devices, 200 OK means that you are getting the information. 201, you are creating some VLAN via the API and it is working fine. Bad request, 400 bad request, that it is some malform information, etc. Better to check this summary slide. It will tell you everything, whatever written here in the notes. And 403, 404, 405, and 500. Now, question may be, okay, how I can see this? Yes, obviously you will see it. So whenever we'll do the lab next time, you just let me know you want to see any of these errors and we can generate it. So we have done the Postman installation, right? You go to Postman installation. Let me see quickly. Let me open my Postman. At the moment, I'm not connected with my SD-WAN servers. Oh, so that means if I go and run any of the Postman script, it will throw error. Let's see that what error will get. Let me open the Postman and drag here in this screen. Opening, I can come here. Last time we have done some install and all. You can see my Postman. So last time you can see this status code is what, 200. At the moment my SD-WAN is unreachable. Let's try this. You can see sending request. Sending request. It will find somehow that, oh, this is unreachable.
That
And
is
meanwhile,
404, right? You should get that.
yeah, so oops, let's see. Let me close this. Let me scroll up. Okay, you can scroll up. Now you can see this view in consoles. One error. And I just wanted to see the code. Actually, it is coming here only on top. It will show you that. Okay, no problem. Let me send it again. So in this case, our API is correct. In this case, actually, server is unreachable. So it should start with something related to 500, some issue related to server unreachable, and this and that, and all those things. Response actually could not see any request timeout. So request timeout is there. It's not related to anything related to HTTP. This error code is 408 or something. Request, yeah, this error code is 408. So the list you are seeing here, this is not that complete list. Complete list means that there are more, like 202, 203, 204, like that. 40. These are the top ones. So I just Google it for the error called request not found, or so it is showing 408. 408 is timeout, request timeout. HTTP 408 is request timeout error. Let me show you here. Oops. One second, let me pull this. You can see this. Uh, yeah, I searched this request timeout HTTP code for
Okay.
request timeout. Right. And these are the top ones actually. There are more errors, more than this. This is just maybe 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 or 9 error, but there are more errors. Okay, so we can search those errors. Once you do the programming, once you execute the API, you may get more errors, and then you can troubleshoot it. All right, so this is related to error. Let's move on and let's see the other topic. 2.5. This is again interesting um, topic where we need to understand the troubleshooting steps related to HTTP response code. So now once you get these response, for example, I got a response related to 400, 401, 403, 404, 408, 500, 501, etc., etc. What I will do, now I know the error is there in while shooting the APIs, while running the script, how we can go and correct that error. So here we'll see, first of all, identify the response code. 400, 500, these are the bad response. So now we'll write it 408. So my error is 408. Then review request details. Then we can go and check our script like get, post, put, delete, header, body, endpoint URL, right? So we will go and check everything related to API. Then once we are making sure that API is good, okay, you will go and contact or consult the API documentation. There may be chance that API got changed. We are running some older version. We are not calling the correct package. So for that, refer to API documentation to understand the expected format, required parameters, authentication method, possible header response code, right? So get that error, review your code, check the API documentation, and finally check for misconfigurations. Verify the request is correctly formatted according to the API document, right? So including header, parameters, and authentication and take tokens. Once you try to correct those, then you can go and analyze the response detail. Review the response body, header, any error. So what it is telling that you can go and construct this API. You can go and consult the API document. We have API document for all the products, for all the SDN products. Then you can go and analyze the output. Still you are getting some uh, error. You can go and analyze the output. Even we can go and check the error. Now here you can see that error is there. I can expand this. It will tell, oh, actually, this is very easy, straightforward error response timeout. Actually, timeout error, but still it is telling that the bearer token, the XSRF token will check that. What is that? These things in the security topic. Agent, accept, cache, postman token, the host name, etc. It is giving you some result that you can go and analyze that. Then there may be network server issue, maybe network some issue with network, maybe server is not responding, maybe chances are there servers are not responding, etc. Then we can go and use some sort of debugging techniques. Yes, you can go and use some logging method. We are putting actually logging within the API. So whenever we are releasing the API, the final script, we are putting the logging method there. They are the packages that we can run within the script. API request response capture, error tracking, gathering more information, where exactly the issue is coming with which particular API. Then we can test it, validate it, and run it in the lab or the lab environment, and then we can use within the production. Right, so these are the valid steps. Then I have created one a small chart here. But yeah, these are the points that we should go and follow step by step to troubleshoot our API. If we follow these steps, obviously we will resolve the issue because it has all these steps. Right? You have any query, please feel free to ask.
No, I think it's good. Yeah,
These are
information is.
the easy things. All right. Then here you can see that start check the identify HTTP response code, review the request details, consult the API, check for misconfiguration, analyze the response detail, consider network and server issue, implement debugging techniques, test and validate, and it's like as a flowchart I have generated, but it's the same thing, right? This will be the last topic for today's session. That is identify the parts of HTTP response. So when we are talking about this chart, in this you will see here that we should know how we can go and analyze the response. Analyzing the response is also an important thing that we can do. So let's do one thing that, yeah, the same slide that I have taken from earlier. Yeah, you should understand this topic properly. This is very much lab oriented uh, topic, and then I have added this error handling as well. Okay, so what we will do in for this 2.6, that I will create one small script, right? And then we will see what are the key components in that particular script. Plus, we will go and run this script in Postman as well, right? And in the Postman also, we will go and see the response code. In Postman, very much it's like a GUI type of interface we have in Postman. And in our script also, we can go and analyze these things, right? Although we know that response code will be like 200, 400, 500, etc. 200 is good, 400 having issues. Same thing that we have discussed earlier. But I want to explain you about the header format, the common header, what is, why we are adding application JSON, etc. etc. So let's wait for next class where I will show you these in the script plus in Postman. Both the places I will show you this example. So this will be easier to understand because this is very important. After that, we have API use cases, REST RPC. I will explain this synchronous, asynchronous, and then we have to construct one API with the given library. So that means that tomorrow, when I give you example, I will cover this 2.9. Some videos are there, but it's okay. This is for my Udemy course. Anyways, I will show you these. These are little bit more than CCN actually. I developed one course for DNA automation, that is for enterprise CCNP enterprise automation. For that, I developed some scripts and then I created playlist uploaded to Udemy. Now these scripts I will show you tomorrow. With help of these scripts, we will try to understand 2. This is just theory. 2.8 is a theoretical topic. 2.7 is some sort of lab. So 2.6, 2.7, 2.9. With those scripts, we'll understand this. And then I'll cover 2.8 as well. 2.8 is nothing but just the theory, understanding that what is REST, RPC, synchronous, asynchronous APIs. Okay, so I'll not go
Okay.
beyond this point. Tomorrow, what we'll do that I will show you 2-3 scripts related to DNA that I have developed for this particular course, that you can see some video playlist bookmark here. This is related to how API is working within Cisco DNA. This information is important for our project because later on we want to create some chatbot. We want to create some webhook integration. So
Yeah.
I will log into DNA and I'll show you that where you can go in DNA and enable the packages for API. Once you enable the package, then you can go and start creating your first script. So this is just the first script related to API, and then I'll add one more script. So we'll take two examples related to scripts, and with that knowledge, we'll go and understand these key concepts as well related to HTTP response code, right?
Okay. Great.
All right, so let's stop here. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thanks for joining. Day number 6, we are going to continue where we have left off in day number 5. We have to understand about different parts of response. Actually, we have discussed about this. And then after we have error handling related to APIs, the common utilize common API authentication method. We will discuss about basic custom token API keys. Then there is one theoretical topic that is 2.8 where we have to understand different type of API styles such as RESTful API, RPC, synchronous and asynchronous mode. And after that, on basis of all these knowledge that we have from 2.1 up to 2.8, we have to construct one API using the Python script that calls REST API using the request library. So these many tasks we have to complete today. And I'm going to share one of the nice project that I have built long back for one of the company that is related to DNA. So the examples you will understand on that particular list of scripts that I have, I will show you here in this section. So let's go back and let's start with first of all this topic that is very much theoretical topic. Compare common API styles. Then I will go to 2.6, 2.7, and then 2.9. Here in the table, you can see that yes, we have different styles of API such as synchronous and asynchronous. How it is working, you can see that synchronous mode. Synchronous, if you can go and compare this with symmetric and asymmetric routing, what is happening in symmetric routing, that the same routers you are sending the traffic, you are expecting the same router will get the traffic, the return traffic, like sender and receiver via the same channel. That is very much like symmetric routing. And asymmetric routing means that the exit may be different and entry may be different. So that is asymmetric. Likewise, we can go and compare synchronous and asynchronous mode. We'll see that in the definition. Here you can see the top differences are the communication type, request response. The communication for asynchronous non-blocking means you can send and you can receive from other channel like that. Examples are HTTP based REST API, SO API. This is also before REST API. Then examples for asynchronous API such as message buses, message queues such as Kafka, RabbitMQ. They are used to communicate within the process. Kafka and RabbitMQ. Even in our Cisco DNA as well, if you go and see, we are using Kafka and DNA behind the scenes. So in DNA, we have so many different servers. In that, we have some servers like Kafka and RabbitMQ, which is communicating within the processes like that. Now let's understand this little bit more. So communication type, you can see that for asynchronous API, the synchronous API, I told you earlier that this has the request response pattern, that you will send some request and you will wait for response, where the client wait for the servers to process and respond to each request before continuing. This is like very much TCP way of doing the communication. You're sending the request, waiting for response, On other hand, the asynchronous, you can see here that API allows the client to send requests without waiting for immediate response, enabling non-blocking operations. Like this is very much like UDP type of communication. You're sending the request, doing some broadcasting, you're not waiting for acknowledgement like that. And that's the reason you can see here the latency and the concurrency. So latency is low, concurrency low, but here latency high. High means that some of the applications which are very much like latency sensitive, so in that case it is higher, concurrency is higher. That's why you can see that synchronous API calls typically have lower latency since the client waits for immediate response. So if you have high latency, then this will cause some problem because you are waiting for some response for your APIs. On the other hand, asynchronous API may have higher latency. It can work in the higher latency as well, because the client doesn't wait for immediate response. Right now, we can see some examples like REST. This is one of the example, or this is one of the method that we are going to use today in our session. Very much suited. It is very much like HTTP method. So REST method is, you can see, uses a standard HTTP method where different type of methods are there, like get, very much show run command or show command in routers, then post, creating object, put, updating object, delete delete an object. Rest is a stateless because you can see that example is rest. So rest is synchronous. Okay. Stateless uniform interface, cacheability principle, resource-based architecture with URL support, JSON, XML. So REST full APIs or REST, representational state transfer, they are supporting both data encoders, JSON and XML. On other hand, netconf will support only XML. We'll see that if it will come later on. So REST will support JSON and XML both data. Commonly used for web services and cloud APIs. Yeah, cloud APIs, they are using REST API. This is one of the common example related to REST API. Then what about RPC, remote procedure call? Execute procedures functions on a remote server, abstract common communication details, client server model with synchronous communications used in distributed system and microservices. So here you can see clearly that for synchronous APIs, we have examples related to REST and SOAP, and even the RPC is also using the synchronous communication. That means it is sending the request and waiting for response, right? Very much like TCP way of communication. Then synchronous and asynchronous API. Already we have discussed about this, that synchronous requires client to wait for server response, immediate response needed. That's why it has a lower latency. Follows request response pattern suited for real-time interactions. Asynchronous. Client can continue execution without waiting. Delay response possible. Used for long-running tasks, batch processing, implemented with callbacks and promises. And that's why we have seen the examples are Kafka and RabbitMQ. Here you have example related to REST and RPC methods. Then complete chart related to REST, RPC, synchronous, asynchronous. REST, HTTP based, RPC procedure based or function invocation based, REST resource based remote procedure call is RPC. Stateless can be stateful, stateless data encoders. JSON XML depends on the implementation. Web service, cloud services, it is there in distributed services. RESTful API, the architecture is RESTful API. This is based on client server. Synchronous is based on client server. This asynchronous is based on event-driven non-blocking. This is non-blocking for long-running task batch processes, right? These are the differences we have. Anyways, we are going to use this RESTful API, and we have to go and construct API based on that. Now, up to this point, if you have any query, please feel free to ask.
Ranesh, the RPC, it is processed by the server or by the client?
RPC, remote procedure call.
Yeah,
This is in between client server. Obviously, client will send a response, request, and server will respond. So request and response.
but the process, like, I mean, if I try
Server
to
process will,
servers,
yeah,
servers
servers
will
will,
do their process.
yeah,
Okay.
yes. All right, so let's go back to 2.6, because today we have one lab, and with a lab we will try to understand. You can see the topic here is identify the parts of HTTP response code, header, body. We have to understand actually full-fledged the we are going to use API integrated, and the APIs that is integrated with RESTful API. We are going to use RESTful API, and we know that RESTful API, their methods are HTTP method. They are using very much like HTTP methods, like put, get, put, post, delete, etc. So in that, we'll try to understand a different type of response code we have discussed in previous session, like response code 200, 201, 50, 500, 400 series response code. All those things we have discussed yesterday. Today also we have some summary related to that. But we are going to understand the body. You can see the headers and the body of API, right? What is the significance of headers and body within the API? That part also we'll try to understand. So first of all, response code. You can see the response code. Response code is 3-digit number. And here you can see some examples, like if you are getting 200, that is okay, your request successful. 400, this is just an example because we have one list that we have discussed earlier in previous class. You can see the list of the response code here: 200, 201, 400 series, 500 series. Anything with 200, 2xx will be good. So here you have the response code example that we have discussed a lot in previous session. Again, the same slide in different format. 200 okay, 201 created, 400 bad request, 401 unauthorized, 403 forbidden, 440 not found, 405 method not allowed. So what are these? These are the response if you are getting after execution of your API. That means this is the status, right? Status means that if anything is there related to 200, that means your API is call is good, call is okay. So like that, we can understand. So let me go to the next slide and you will understand more about the header. So I'm going to show you the example related to headers and body as well. Try to understand this header. HTTP headers provide additional information about the response, such as metadata, content type, caching directives, cookies, authentication token. Common header includes, basically we are going to use this application/JSON. So let me pull that example, then we'll discuss more about this. We are going to build our own API today. And for example, I have one script, a small script here. I want to get the token. I want to get the token for my DNA. I say DNA auth. So here you can see that I am storing information within DNA auth, DNAC auth, HTTP basic auth, DNAC user, DNAC password. What is this auth and all? We'll discuss about that. So from request Request is something whenever we are running this RESTful APIs, then we have to go and import package related to request. So you have to do pip install request. If you do pip install requests, right? If you do pip install request, then you can import request packages. Request packages are there for what? For RESTful API calls. So here you can see that from request, we are importing package request, and then you can see from request calling auth request.auth, and from there we are calling HTTP basic auth. So that means HTTP basic auth is there where we should give the username and password that is stored within the DNAC auth. Now this DNAC auth, you can see that this DNAC auth, we are defining one function here. You can see that we are defining one function. Within the main function, we have one function, DNAC auth, right? This DNAC auth, where we are calling it. So you can see the parameter we are passing here within one of the other function, that is DNAC APIs, right? DNAC API dot get DNAC token. So that means that this is one of the package. This is actually one of the library I have. This DNAC API, as you can see, right? This line is very important. You must understand this line. So DNAC APIs, what I have done, again I told you that we have developed one library. You can say DNAC APIs.py. This library, you can see this is 1000 lines library. So in this library, you can see that we have one function called get DNAC JWT token, right? So this function I am calling here. From where? From this Python file, DNAC APIs dot this. So if I call this, I should give the username password like we have here, right? Because this is generic script. You can use this script in any environment. What you have to do, you have to go and change the username and the password. So again, you will see in this example that the username and password I am importing. I am importing from which file? Environment underscore lab. You can see I have environment underscore lab.py where I have put the username and password. These are disabled. You can see these are commented. These are disabled. So username and password I am using, and this is a valid username and password. If you try to open this link, it will open. You have to give this DevNet user and password as a username and password. Today I will open and I'll show you this. So you can see that this is what this type of a script what we are using in production environment, right? Where you have separate script to do certain task, where you have separate library, you have defined your own library, where you have separated your environment variables. Now, if you have to use this, what you need to do, simply go and change this and put as per your environment. For example, this is one other environment for cloud, Cisco cloud. And here you can see that these are the different IPs. Likewise, if someone has to use such type of a script, they have to go and simply change this file, change these fields, and it will work as it is because it is tested. These are tested script. Today also will run and try to test it. We'll see. So let's try to understand this script as a whole, because we know this from our Python classes that first of all you can go and import some packages. So in this example, it is not required that date, time, and yeah, these two at least are not required. Even JSON is a standard package, so which we can use it again and again. These two are not required actually, but anyways, no problem. You can import any package. If you use it, then only it will call that packages, otherwise it is unused. Then request for RESTful APIs calls, you have to use this request library. Then JSON is for JSON operations. Then URL lib3 just to negate the certificate warnings. We are using this URL library 3. Then we have DNAC APIs. You can see this is my own library. Then environment variable where we have our DNAC username password. Then this line is there just to negate the disable the insecure HTTPS warnings, right? Then we are putting everything within DNAC auth. Everything means the parameters. The parameter, right? This is this parameter. Here you can see this in generic function. This is parameter, but if you go and put this, this will become argument, right? So this you are putting within what function? This function. This function is defined where? In this library, right? So we will go and check this particular function. So let's go to the library, DNAC APIs library. We are within DNAC APIs library. You can see I have so many functions defined. Even for print also I have one function defined. So here we are in this particular function. Let's try to understand this. So I have one function, get the token, but how you will get the token? So you have to go and use some sort of API for token. What is that API for token? You can see that API for token is DNA system API v1 auth token. This is the API. This is the instruction, right? But this API will run with a DNA URL and DNAC URL, right? DNAC URL will get from where? From environment. So DNAC URL. This is the DNAC URL, right? Sandboxcisco.com. So this URL having a DNA URL plus API inbuilt, because what method it is using? What is this method? This is very much HTTP style. In HTTP, or in other word, in web browsing, what you are doing? You are putting some URL, right? When we are putting some URL, you are getting the result. API method is like HTTP or like very much like web browsing. It's very easy to use because you are almost doing your web browsing. So here you have the DNAC URL and then the instruction. This is your API. Then next thing, for the same reason, we are doing this example header. I want to show you header. Why? Because it is there in our agenda. Header. So HTTP headers provide additional information about the response, such as metadata, content type, caching, directives, cookies, authentication. Now, if you see the header, what is there in the header? Content type. What is that? Application JSON. Can I understand this header? Content type. And you can see here that the example text HTML, application JSON. This is one. See, this application JSON we are going to use everywhere, but there are multiple header options are there in our all the examples, like SD-WAN examples, DNAC examples, all the places we are going to use application slash JSON. All the cache controls are there, set cookies are there. We know that whenever we are using any unknown websites or any new website, at that time it is asking that you want to store the cookies in the browser. So that's the reason we have the cookie option. Authorization is there. Yes, we are going, anyways, we are going to use some basic credentials, username and password. So if you see this particular example, you can see that we have the username and password that we are using one of the HTTP basic auth method, right? Basic auth method to store here. And then this we are passing as a argument, right? Within this function. Let's come back to this function. You can see first line is URL, very easy. Second line, you have to define the header. Anyways, you have to define the header for all the functions. If you see any of the function below also, you have to define the header. See in this example, when we have the device ID and get device info, we are using the header, content type and X auth token. So auth token, what is this X auth token? This token that you will get from this function. This is the function just to get the token. Once you have this token, and by default I think that is for 60 minutes, like 1 hour. The DNA will generate the token just for 1 hour. Within 1 hour you have to do all the operation. But this token that we have, so this function that you are seeing here, right, this function will be used again and again and again in other places. You will see next time when we'll go and execute the program, any other program, we will get the token. So we are going to use the token, and where you are defining the token, so you are defining the token as XAuth token. You can see when I will go and run the get device info, so at that time I need the token. Where I need the token, I need the token within the header, right? So here you will see that you need some sort of tokens as well within the header. Authentication token, you can see authentication token is required for other operations related to API and programming integrations. All right, so let's focus on the small example that we are discussing here. So here you can see the function you are defining with some parameter, right? So the first line is the URL, second line defining the header, third line is the response, right? Response. What is that response? Response is request package dot post. Request having different type of methods: put, get, delete, post. So dot post. In that what we are passing? URL. This URL is nothing but complete URL with API. Then auth. What is this auth? We are storing something within auth, the DNAC auth, right? This auth you will come to know from where we are getting. Then header. Header we have application JSON, then certificate verify false. Now you will see that with this response, so you will get some response. This is the action item. Here you are executing the API, getting some response. Now this response again we are filtering JSON and the token field within that, and we are putting in this, and then we are returning this output, right? Understanding these 4 lines, if you have any doubt, please feel free to ask, because this is very important.
What is doing the on the response the request dot post, the last one, verify slash false?
This one?
No, the top one,
Oh,
the
this
one
one,
top.
verify
Yeah,
false.
that one. Yeah.
Verify false is this, that the disable the insecure HTTP warnings. So whenever you are opening any secure website, at that time it will ask you, oh, you want to ignore these certificates and proceed?
Okay, okay,
Yes.
got it.
So that's
Yes,
the
yeah.
that's the message. Ignore it. Okay, so you will get this token. Now this function we are using where? We are using here. So now we are simply calling this, but behind the scene, what this will do, that it will replace this DNAC auth. In this DNAC auth, you have embedded username and password, right? I will show you actually. I will show you that part as well. So if I go here and do print DNAC auth, what exactly we are passing here, right? And let me go here and run this script. Now you can see that we are getting DNAC auth, and then we are printing the DNAC auth. This is nothing but actually we are printing the token. Actually we are printing the token, right? So now if you go here, and let me go to that folder, there's documents, and then CCNA, BGP, then DNAC, script, basics, python.exe, and then DNAC. Oh, get token. So get, oh, so many programs are there in that folder. Get underscore token. This request.auth basic object, this is this what I tried to print. But the token here you can see. So this is a stripping off the token and printing everything. If I go here and if I check this, and I'm not taking the token part, I just wanted to print everything. So you can see there are field token. So this is the JSON output, right? This output is JSON. You can see that we have key and value. So key is what? Token, and value is this part. So from this actually we just wanted to print only the value. I don't want to print the entire JSON. So that means I can go and print only the value. So this value will be used. So this token that DNA is generating, right? It will be valid for next 60 minutes for next operations. For example, getting all device info and all. I can go and use this token. So next time I will simply call this function. So you will see these functions like token function will be used again and again and again in other programs as well. So next time I will use this token, and this token I may go and pass here. Or sometimes you will see that you have two different parameters, project name and token. So token is something which is common everywhere. You can see everywhere we have the token. Even we have two or three parameters, but still you can see that token is there because token is required, because our authentication method is based on the token. If token is valid, then only DNA will process those API requests. Otherwise, it will not process that. Right now, this complete set of scripts that we have, so it's actually big project related to DNA. It is anyways not part of our training, but I will go and upload all these scripts. You can see taking backup, diff run start, path trace script, DNAC backup, device license, AP is a good actually doing creating template and all those things. I will upload in the shared drive so you can have a look. At least 4 to 5 or 6 examples I will show you in this course as well. So you will understand more and more about that. But point here is this, that if you understand this example, then understanding other examples will become easy. If you understand this a small 2-line program, 3-line program, then you will understand 60-70% of the programs in upcoming days. Okay, you have any doubt, please feel free to ask.
What response do we get when the token is no longer valid?
If we don't have the valid token, right? So what
Yeah.
response we'll get? Yeah, let's see. So what I will do here, and that I'll show you multiple use cases here. So let me go here and let me make this to, for example, this is one of the URL which is not valid or correct.
Yeah.
Oh, this is also correct. Sandbox 2. It's great. It make them 4. Wow. I think it is taking some other sandbox. But it is epic game. They should not like this. Okay, let me do one thing. Mm, just see. Mm. Oh, sorry, I was doing some wrong changes there. Oh, sorry for that. I should change the URL
URL. Yeah.
because we are not calling DNAC, we are calling DNAC URL. So now, what error it is throwing that invalid schema, some schema error, and token and false issue. Okay, suppose this token URL invalidity will remove, and let's put some wrong username and password. Okay, now you will see key error token. So that means that we have issue at this line. Although it will tell you line number 30, it is telling line main function. Okay, that's okay. Line number 30 of what? Main. And line number 25, this 25 is this token, response token. So then it will go to the main program that we have DNAC APIs, and in that it has some token issue. Okay, that's fine. So that is related to URL wrong, then it's, you can see big output was there because anyway it is unreachable and etc etc. If token is wrong, then we are getting such type of key error, and then we can put some sort of error handling as well related to if token is wrong. Now if token is wrong here, so up to this point we are able to put some issues, and this is reflecting here as well, so that's why this is not processing. Can we do any other thing as well? Let's see. Let me go and correct this. Let me check if it is working fine. Working fine, right?
Yep.
Now let's go here and what we can do, the header XML. Mm. So now you can see some binding error, JSON code detect, some JSON error, IDs, and then main and auth and all. But yeah, you can pass line 30, line 25, line 37 in this, etc etc. You can see all those things, right? So yes, it will tell you that where is the problem, why is the problem. Now when you have problem, you have to go and check 3 files. Here you can go and see, here it will tell you some issue, and here also it will tell you issue. So issue related to library, issue related to my main program, issue related to calling the environmental variables or variables. So it will tell you that where is the problem and all those things. Should get the token, right? So this is one good example. Please have a look on this. You can see it's very small, only 4 or 5 lines, but how powerful is this? Later on, oops, this one. Later on, we'll go and add more line items in this. Okay.
Okay.
Alright, let's come back to our program. So header, you can see that you can go and set the JSON application JSON, then the body. The response body contains the actual content returned by the server. In our case, we have token, but it may be a big output. And later on, you will see that yes, we'll go and get the result related to DNA devices, DNA managed devices, and then that we will print in an Excel sheet. So you will see the body. In that body, if it is a JSON output, then it has the key value. Then we can go filter from the key. From the key, we can extract the values and then we can print in any format. The one of the suitable format is the XML format. So you can see that you have the request response, you are expecting 200 header. You may have application JSON, you may have some caching, you may have some cookies, and then you are getting the body. This is the body where you have the key and value pair. From this body, from this output, you can go and filter the IDs, the name of employees, the email of employees, and then you can go and print in a any format like Excel format, etc. Any format can be extracted. Then we can go and add error handling as well. And later on in the program, we'll see that where how we can go and add the error handling. So we can do that, right? So now 2.7, what it is telling that utilize common API authentication methods like basic, custom token, APIs keys. Yes, so we have done that thing. We in our program we are going to use the token related, so we will go and use one of the API to create the token or to generate the token, and that particular token we will go and use to get other output like deleting the devices, creating the template, pushing the template, etc, etc. So that thing we can do. You can see one of the example related to basic auth. This is your get API resource HTTP. This is your URL. Then authorization, we can go and give the encoder method, like we want to encrypt the username and password. So we can go and use base64 encode. In this example, the authorization header includes the credential included in base64 format, username and password, where username and password is the user credentials. That's okay. Then custom token, likewise in authorization field we can go and use the custom token. So in this case the authorization header contains a custom token, bearer token, generated by API provider. That's okay. And then the API keys. So X API key, see in our example we have X token. Let me quickly show you that. So in our example you will see that we will use X auth token. That's the key field within the header. And with this X auth token, we will generate other results. So if I need to get the device info, hmm, for example, I can go here, device list. Right, what is the full API? So let's see. This is the full, right? Show you this. This is the full. Oh, I need device ID. That's the problem. Otherwise, this can be replaced here like this. But I don't have device ID. If I have device ID, then simply I can go and print the
Device
device
list.
list, right? So let me see if it is generating some device ID in this response will return. Yeah, I need this device ID. This is required, but you will see later on that we will extract this device ID from some other program. You will see that I will go and nest the program. So I'll get this device ID. The device ID may be the UUID of the device. But in this program, you can see this particular function, you don't have two arguments. So I can run this. So let me do this thing just to show you. So I'll do one thing. Um, let's do this thing and okay. So now you will see, and I don't need this print DNAC auth and all. So now you can see that not only it will print the token, but it will go and get all the devices in DNA. Simply what we are doing, that the token that we have generated here, that token we are using in other function, right? In other program. This program we are calling. Now, since we have created our own library, later on we have to go and learn about inbuilt library as well. So DNA, SD-WAN, they have their inbuilt libraries that you can install as a software development kit, as a SDK, software development kit, and we are calling like this, right? We are calling the functions like this. This will not work. I'll tell you why. We're calling our functions like this. There you have to give some DNA SDK dot something something. That example is also we have. Why this will not work? Tell me the example before running it. I'll give you 30 seconds of time. If I run this program, it will throw error from
Because you
this
are
line.
missing
Okay.
a parameter or a value there.
I'm missing this part, right?
Yeah.
I should give this. Now it will work because from where I'm calling this function, I am calling this function from this library or from this package, right? So now it should work. First it generated the token. Now you can see the big JSON output where you have everything, key description, like that. You will see after colon, if you have something like uptime is the key and this is the value, role source is the key, this is the value, serial number. Now from this output, if you want to filter the serial number only, then you can go and use some for loop, some while loop, etc., etc., and then you can use the Python trick to filter this output, right? So that's the capability we have. Okay, and all these APIs that we are running, I should log into DNA and show you how to enable the API. I will do that. Let me go and complete this section and then I'll show that. So yeah, you have these keys that you can go and use. Then 2.8 already I have covered. And these are the examples I told you earlier that I should log into DNA and I should show you that from where you can go and enable that API and all. So far, if you have any doubt, please feel free to ask.
This example that you showed, there are some different videos that we can review.
Videos, actually, this slide I have taken from my course, CCNA DevNet course that is in Udemy, where I have uploaded these videos as well. And this same thing we have done today. But this video will explain that how we can go and enable the package, the automation package in DNA. You can refer. I think you have purchased that course, right?
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, so that is there in video number 21 and 22. You can refer that. But the training that you have in the Udemy, that is not that much detail that we are doing here in the class. The training having only 10 hours. And already we are completed 6 hours of training. So you can understand that thing. That is still helpful because I have used same slides there also. You can log into this sandbox. The sandbox is actually very good. You can go and see all the features we have in DNA. Better open these sandboxes in private browsers or some, some browsers which is lightweight. It will take some time. So what you can do, once you log into DNA, you can go to the menu and you can see this platform and you can see this developer toolkit. You can go to manage or developer toolkit, that's okay. Now you will see that developer toolkit, you have all those APIs. I can go and search some APIs related to devices, event management, ITSM, client devices, and you can see these are the APIs taken in my library as well. So get device list. If I want to see the device list, it will give you all these all these output, host name, manage users, and all and all. If I click try below, run this response code, you can see status code 200, the header, and this is the API. You can see intent API network devices. It is running fine, but I'm not seeing any output here. Even we have option that we can remove certain fields from here and then run it. You can see now here the headers, cache control, no store, content encoding, content security policy, content. These are running with default values. Right now, code preview. You can see this code preview. You can see, and not only this, but you can go and convert this to Go language. You can go and convert this to Ansible, any type of programming language you can convert. It will give you the output related to this. This is the program in Ansible. We are focused on Python. So you can see that this is the program in Python. But anyways, we have better format. Programmers, what they can do, they can go to this particular field. What is the requirement? Customer want to see the network devices. Okay, so then they can go and check these API. You can see HTTP connection. You can now you will understand the token, the content, the import, the connection, right? And then the connection request, get method, DNA network devices, and then all these fields. All these fields they are showing you here because this is the example where you want to get the information related to this API and all the output, and then it is printing it data in UTF-8. This is like you can go and verify your APIs and all within the DNA, but before this you should enable this package. So how you can go and enable this package? You can go to manage. You can see the bundles. You can see the DNA REST API is active. If you have admin access, then you will see one button here, active or inactive. If you go and click activate, it will get activated. In this, we don't have this super admin access, so it is not showing here. But likewise, if you want to enable basic ITSM synchronization, you can enable. AI endpoint analytics, enable. A DNA automation ITSM, enable. Like that, you have these packages that you can go and enable, and then you will see active will active. You will see this green that this feature is active now, and then you can go and use that feature. There you can see this configuration. This is different like event setting and all. So that means you can go to the platform, go to manage, go to that bundle, activate it, and then you can go to the developer kit where you can go and test all these APIs, different type of methods in API. We know that we have get method, put method, delete, post, etc. that you can go and verify from there. Right? And even you can refer this video also. These videos are actually very good. That is there in the CCNA DevNet. If you have time, you can check video number 21, 22, 23. Alright, so we have completed section 1 and section 2. Section 3 is very big section. Although the weightage is only 15%, but now I was discussing about this in SDK, Software Development Kit. At the moment, we are running our script with our own library, right? Our own library means that DNAC APIs. Instead of DNAC APIs, you have to go and use the inbuilt softwares, right? And from there you have to call these functions. So that you need to understand in this section, SDK, right? Then describe, and then all these things we'll learn slowly. Slowly we'll learn all these topics. So far, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. You can see section number 3, the topic agenda here is this, that understanding Cisco platforms and their development toolkits, like that. The Cisco platform, you will see below the example, Cisco Meraki, one of the nice product that Cisco had. Cisco Meraki or Meraki devices can do routing, switching, SD-WAN, security, everything they are capable of. This Meraki switches, Wi-Fi, wired, wireless, everything. They are very nice product, and this is the older product in terms of that it has the GUI interface, it has API interfaces as well, and it is one of the Cisco older product that is supporting SD-WAN from very beginning. From early days itself, it is supporting all sort of automation and SD-WAN tricks and security, inbuilt security tricks, Wi-Fi. This is one of the nice product, and maybe Cisco, one of the top selling or best selling product. Cisco Meraki. Cisco has, I think, more than, I don't know, more than maybe 1 million customers, more than million customers Cisco has just for Meraki. So many customers they are using Meraki. It's a popular product. Then Cisco DNA Center, now they have renamed this as a Cisco Catalyst DNA Center. And then our SD-WAN, this also Cisco has renamed it as a Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN, like that. So they have added Catalyst again. That was the older name that Cisco again using. Earlier when Cisco has launched their switches, those switches are Catalyst switch. I think they have acquired one company called Catalyst, and then Catalyst switch, they started 6500 series switches. They are the best seller at that time, the hardware. Now again, they are doing lot many improvement. So if you see 20.14 image of vManage, you will see that they have changed maybe 50-60% of the interface that we have earlier in 20. Even in 20 and 20.14. So we have checked this 18.x image, 19 is not that popular, 20.x image. Now coming from 20.14, what they try to do is that the interface of SD-WAN is very much like the interface of Cisco DNA. And both are under Cisco Catalyst DNA, Cisco Catalyst SD-WAN, like that. So this is very much, the SD-WAN GUI is very much like DNA type of GUI, well explained, well structured, but it has too many options. And the way we are configuring the devices is entirely different here with compared to other. versions of flavors. So they are keep changing. Like in ACI also, when Cisco has released ACI 1.0, and now we have ACI 6.0. So there are so many changes and GUI changes and all those things are there. Now GUI is changing frequently. GUI interface is changing frequently, but you will see that APIs are not changing frequently. So the way we can go and automate Cisco DNA, the same way you can go and automate Cisco SD-WAN, right? The way that you are automating ACI 1.0, still you can go and use that in 6.0 as well. So that is one of the, you can say that it is changing. APIs are changing, but they are not changing like their GUI, that Cisco is changing their GUI interfaces. API is something which is, you can say, the constant thing or not varying too much like the other Cisco GUIs are varying. So what we have to learn here in this, that you have to understand the software development kit, SDK. Then we have to understand the capabilities of these devices. This is just the capabilities, means understand the Meraki, Cisco, ACI, SD-WAN, and NSO. This is used for service providers, these platforms and their capabilities. Then describe the capabilities of compute. So this is network management. Then compute such as UCS manager, Intersight. Then capabilities of Cisco collaboration product like WebEx, Cisco Unified Communication, including AXL, UDS interfaces. Then describe the security such as XDR, firewall, umbrella, etc. And finally, describe the device level APIs related to iOS XE and Nexus operating system. I think we have more topics here. Identify the appropriate DevNet resources to do the lab. Understand the programming language, RESTconf, NetConf. This is the model-driven programming approach. We'll check this. Construct a code performing a specific operation based on the APIs such as, so inside 3.9 we have 3.9a, b and c. So do the automation related to these network management platform, the collaboration platform, and Meraki or DNA center. They have mentioned here or. Why they have mentioned or? We'll see in the example they have mentioned or. This or this or this or this, because if you learn the automation for one particular management system, then they will be almost same for other systems as well, right? So it's something like that. APIs are something like that, that you learn once and use it in other places. Okay, so let's just start with 3.1 and 3.2. I'm going to cover only these topics today, 3.1 and 3.2. In 3.1, we have to do some lab, right? What they are telling, construct a Python script using Cisco SDK with the help of SDK, software development documentation, right? We'll try to do that. Then describe the capabilities of Cisco network management platform such as Meraki, DNA, ACI, SD-WAN, NSO. This is very much theoretical topic. If you want to do some automation for these devices, you must know that how these platforms are working, how Meraki is working, DNA is working, ACI is working, etc., etc., right? So we will do that. But let's start with this small lab we have related to SDK document. Let's see. So here I have pasted one link related to DNA Center SDK. Now, if you go to this link will look like this. Within this particular link, you will see that we have the API documentation. And in this documentation, suppose this is version 2.10. First of all, if you want to use this API documentation, you can go and install the equivalent Python package. Here you can see we can go and do pip install DNA Center SDK. That's the package name. So if I open my command prompt, and likewise you have the SDK for ACI, you have SDK for, I think, for Cisco SD-WAN. For all those product, we have software development kit. Now, if you do not have this software development kit, then what you need to do? You have to create your own library. So like that, it is already installed in my system. So it is telling that, yeah, I'm installing it. If it is not available, then it will tell you that it is not available. I'm installing it. If it is there, it is telling that I already have this. Now you can go to this link. Here you have the link. Oops. Now you will see that now this is the latest version, or not latest, but it is the newer version, that what is there in the snapshot. We can see clearly that we have DNA Center API summary. So in the summary, it will start with DNA Center API, application policies. For application policies, these are the functions. We don't have to go and create these functions. Simply, we can call from this package. So I want to create the application policy, create application set, delete application set. And one thing is this, see, my system is type of hanging. You can see the waiting. These documents are actually sometimes they are very slow. Sometimes when I am opening this, you can see it's telling me wait, or I need to go and kill the process, etc. So the document site is actually slow. I don't know why. Whenever I'm opening these sites, my browser is getting hang like this. Anyways, you can go and open within the private browser. Point here is this, that you have the package, and within this package you have the functions. So you want to create something related to applications, you can go and use the application function. Authentication management, you can go and do this import. Authentication, you can use authentication APIs. For clients, you can go and use the client API, etc. Now if I go and click to this, so let's go and check the, I think I need to refresh the page. It's hanging again. Okay, let me refresh this page. I can go down. So I want to see discovery, file management, ITSM license, network setting. All this create means post method. Get device credential, get network. So if I go and click network, now you will see the detail. Now you will see the detail about these network settings. So class is network setting. What I want to show here is this, that this is the API result. If you go and run some API, you will get these results. But if I scroll down, again, you can see it is hanging. But if I scroll down, then they will explain you that within this class, how many functions I have that you can call and use within your program. So for example, I want to go and create one program. With that program, I want to print, or I want to get the device list, right? And in that response, I want to print only the host name, management IP, serial number, and platform ID. So get the device list. I want to use this. Let me show you how you can search here. Site is something that's very, very slow. Let me close the program. You can see the slowness here. Anyways, I'll show you there as well, in the document as well, that how you can go and search those fields. But now you will see that we have our program. We want to print the devices. We want to print these things. Now, earlier also we have one program, right? Yesterday or last class, we are getting some token, but in this token, you can see that I have used this function here to print the device list, and you can see the output as well in the bottom, right? Now, this program and this program is almost the same, but in this program, what we are doing, that we are calling some function that is there in the library. What is that function? Get DNAC token that I have here in this library, but I don't want to use the library. If I want to develop my own program here itself, what I can do, I should not change these programs, because let me go and write new one. Let me write the new one and let me save this. And for example, this is test. Okay, so I am creating one more program here, that is test program, and I don't want to use these packages and the function. Rather than I want to develop my function here. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. So I can go here and I can copy this function. So let's go to the place where we have the program. I can come from there. I can simply paste, because these functions you can reuse it anywhere, right? And then I'll remove this line. So directly in my main function, I will use this. I'll correct this. Let me go and copy this. And what is the get all devices? So get all devices, where I have my that function get all devices. Even I can go and search get all. What was the function name? Get all device info. So let's go here. Yeah. So what I'm doing here is this, I am developing my own program that is independent of library. So I will not call those libraries now, because I have my own program here. This one, get all device info. Oh, I have copied this twice or something. Okay. And then one more, get the token. This one, right? Okay, so I have these functions, get the token and these devices. That means I don't need the package. From package, I don't want to call it, because it is defined here locally, right? So let me quickly save this test.py, and then I can go and run the test.py. So now this test will run from here itself. Now it is not dependent upon the package that we are calling as a import DNAC APIs. This is our local developed program. Then I am calling this within the main function, and I am printing this. Now this is your result. This is your output. From this output, if you want to filter something, you want to filter only 4 fields, then what you will do? You can go and use such type of loop. So I can go here and I can put the condition, for loop, and the print statement. Device, what you need to change here is this parameter. So here I can go and use the device underscore list. So that means that when you go and execute this program, now you can see this program, you don't need all these headers, you need few header. You have defined your own authentication function. This is something that you need it in all the programs to get the token. Once you have the token, then with this token, you are using that token function here, right? You will use it here because you have one token for 60 minutes, and now you are using one other API to get the information about networking devices. So we can get it, no problem. But again, the problem here is this, that this information is too big. In this information, I just wanted to see that what's the host name, what's the management IP, serial number, and the platform ID. Only these four informations I want. So now we have done some Python logic. So here we are using some Python logic to get the response, and from that response, we want to print these four fields only. So now if you go here and run this program, now you will see that it will go and run, give you these results only. Now there is some syntax error and all. Let's try to figure out what it is telling. It's telling that list is there and integer problem and list problem and all. So why we have this problem? If I can go here, anyways, I am filtering response here. But yeah, I will explain you all these things. Let's try to get the result first. And I don't want to print the token, just wanted to see the output. I want to print this also. And let's do one thing. Yeah, we can give slash t or something. Even you can give some spaces like this also. And multiple things that we can do. I can print and will work, right? Or you can go and give within the quotes as well. Okay, no problem. So let's run this one more time. Oops, somewhere I have done some mistake. Let's see what it is telling, that host name.
Yeah, those spaces are.
Yeah, spaces are not, because we are filtering the key value, right? It should be the exact platform, exact match seems. No problem. When you build your program, these errors will come. This is not looking that nice. Anyways, but you can understand that we are printing the result. We have done some small changes here. And from that small changes, we are getting the result in our format. But this result you can print in Excel, store in Excel. This result you can print in PDF. Like any way you can manipulate these things. So there's no problem on that. Point here is this, that you are, in this example, you are using the local functions. These local functions we are calling within the main functions. Within the main function, again, we are using some Python trick to print this in a way that we want only these four out result, or the key areas from this big chunk output that we have. That is the JSON output that we have, from where we are printing only these things. Now we can see how many lines we have. We have total 50-60 lines just to print this result, right? If we use SDK, software development kits, you have only 10 lines here. These are comments and all. And now you can understand the format here. But now we are going to use Cisco DNA Center SDK that just now we have installed, from where we are importing the DNA Center API. Now let's see. It's actually very hard to search and do anything in this. You can see whenever I'm searching, again it is circling. Anyways, the site is very slow. The document site is very slow. Better you can go and check this document in GitHub. So we can go to the Git library. When this error will come, I'll open one more tab. I'll go to GitHub and I'll show you that. Just a second. I simply reloaded the page. It's very, you can see DNAC Center API. Now with the DNAC Center API, you just go there and have a look. All the functions that you will see that we have, they will explain that this function, what it will result in this software development kit. Okay, let me open this GitHub. There it will not hang. Not like this. DNAC Center SDK, something like that. DNAC. And meanwhile, I'll let me close this. Okay, so many examples here with the SDKs. Simply they are telling that importing and running some program and all. You'll get good handful amount of scripts, and after executing this script, what are the things you will get? Like, result also you will get. You can see that site is very slow, so I close it because it is keep blocking my browser. I just stop that. But yeah, you can go to this particular DNAC Center SDK, like in their main website that is there in our document. The link is there in the document, and explore something from there. But this is something that you have the package and the functions. As per your requirement, you can go and call those functions and execute your program. That's the use we have with the SDKs. Let me go back to our topic. Yeah. So here we are. Yeah. So you can go and have a look on this. At the moment, I can see it's very slow. It is slow actually. When you will also open, you will feel this type of slowness. So with this SDK, what we want to do, that we want to create our own program. Here you can see the program. We are importing the request. Why we are importing the request? Because this is for RESTconf API. This is, if you do not import the request, then you will not do something called requests. This request will go, and from where you can go and do some sort of post method, some sort of get, delete, those type of things are there in this request package. Then we have other package called DNA Center SDK. With this DNA Center SDK, actually, you can do everything. This is the library. So suppose if I have 2000 functions in SDK, all 2000 functions you will get in this SDK. And if you run that function, what are the result you will get? All those things are explained in their portal, in their site. So from there, we are importing one class because within this class, we have different type of functions. So we are importing only two packages, right? This and this. Then we have to connect to DNA. So to connect to the DNA, we need the username and a password. Now this is not a good way to writing the script. Your username and password may be somewhere you can call here. So your username, password, your base URL and certificate verification. That's the line number 3. So that means you have a session to DNA. Now this session, you can say DNAC, we want to get the devices. So now we'll see, it's very interesting that if you go to this particular page, you will get one package for devices, and from there you want to get the device list. So within the device, you have so many different functions: get device list, get device info, get network info, update the device list, etc., etc. So whenever you have dot, that means that one session, then in that session, in that process, like this is a process within process or function within function, like that these dots are there in Python language. So from this DNAC, we want to get the device list with the help of this function, get device list. Now, once we have the device list, this will be, the output will be raw JSON. So from that raw JSON, we have the response. We just want to get the response field. So that's why in this program, we have this response here, but the program that I am executing here, the test one, in test program, you will see that I am returning this output. Suppose if I am not returning this output, let me correct. Suppose I am returning this, then I have to go here and put this, right? And if I go and run this, you get this result. So earlier you have seen that I have removed this because in the return I have this, right? So here I have, so now you can see these lines are very much like these lines, right? Then this particular line, these two lines on top, in our test, you can see this line, device list, right? Because anyways, you're calling the token and the device list in two functions. So first I'm generating the token and then I'm putting this token here in the next line, because with help of that particular token, I want to get the device list, right? If the device list is created here, the function is created here, I can call from there. Or if this is there in the software development kit, or if this is there as a DNAC APIs, then I have to go and put that information on top, like this, on top, like this, like we want to import it, and then you can use it within the function. Right? So far, you have any difficulty, anything, just let me know. Still, I haven't executed this program. So for that, I need to go to section 3.4. Okay. Let me go to section StepNet CCNA. Oh, this is some other place. Oops. CCNA DevNet. Okay, CCNA. So many CCNA. Okay. That's it. CCNA B and then C will come. CCNA and then what is that? Section. So section will also 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then I can go and run the what is that 3_A. So now this time it is coming from the package. Now what's the error? You can see some error is there. What it is telling? Cannot import app engine from request package URL. Wow. Package exception, some error, something. Wow. So this username is correct, password is correct, the URL is correct, this is correct. Everything is correct here. So why it is not running? It is throwing an error. App engine from URL, something related to this URL library. So let's do one thing. I can go here. I have not added this, right? Here you're not seeing that import URL library. CLS. Let me try. Let's see. Request.package. This line number 48. Now some other program, some request tool built combat that if you are importing some packages, then there they have some app engine issue or something is there, which is not allowing this program to run. Right. Anyways, no problem. Let's see. Let's go here. Let me do one thing. I will check that. Let me simply paste and let's try one more time. Otherwise, I'll check the error. So now you can see same error it is getting. So at the moment we are running this program in PowerShell. Let me change the shell once. Where we are, documents, and then okay, CCNA, DevNet, and then section 3 3A. Same error. So it's not like my error related to shell. I'm getting same error both the places. So I'll try to see this, that why we have this error. But this error, you can see this is somewhere in this program. This is part of request. Okay, so let me try to troubleshoot this CMD. These are the package related things. Let me go and upgrade my package. So what I am doing here, I'm upgrading my request URL library 3, request tool build these packages, right? And let me try to run this one more time. Anyways, I don't want this. One second, let me remove this thing. Is already there on top. Generally, I am adding these lines just to negate the security warnings. Actually, I don't need this line. I don't need. Okay. These are some standard lines that generally I'm adding in my program. Now you can see that we are getting result, right? Same. Let me go here and I don't want to print the devices. And let me remove this also. See, so we have imported the URL library. So we have only these three import statements. And then DNAC session. Within that DNAC session, you can see that we are calling the devices and we are printing. Although I'm recording this session, you know that. Although we have some error, and for that I have upgraded my URL3 library. This is something like together you are doing three things: request URL3 and request toolbelt. So these packages I have upgraded, right, and install as a pip install. After that upgrade also we have some error, some issue was there. Then because I have added unnecessary packages on top, so I remove those unnecessary packages, and after that we are getting the result. Okay, a small program, but it is giving the same result, just like 10-line program, because everything is there in the DNAC Center SDK. Otherwise, you have to go and develop your program like this, or these functions, if you don't want to call here, then you have to develop your own library like this. And from library, you need to call the functions. So far, if you have any doubt, please feel free to ask.
No questions. Looks like his SDK is very powerful.
Yeah, SDKs are good. And you know, for cloud services as well, for example, Google, Amazon, Azure, they also have their own SDK that you can install in your laptop or workstation, and you can do all these type of automations. So the point here is this: all these vendors, they are offering their SDK. So customer, they simply go and call functions from these SDK and they can execute their program. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next topic. That is describe these platforms. Now these platforms are something which is huge, right? Like I can't describe Meraki in 10 minutes, DNA in 10 minutes and all those things. They are the big platforms and they are doing many things. Although I've added 4 or 5 lines here just to know that Meraki is something like providing cloud-based API, cloud-based services. Like they have the GUI, but it is cloud-based. From day one, Meraki is cloud-based support model, and this is old Cisco product, not Cisco product. Actually, Cisco has acquired this company maybe 10-15 years back. I don't know the exact date, but some scientists actually they have developed this cloud platform. The concept was this, that any client or any engineer can surf these devices from anywhere. As long they have the internet access, they can open the dashboard, Meraki dashboard, and they can see their devices, performance, latency, and all those things. This was something that it was very easy to use and it became very popular. So Cisco has their own category of Meraki product, website, and everything. Like, you know, they have separated this because this is their one of the revenue generated business. N number of customers they are using this Meraki services. In which particular business the Meraki is very useful? Suppose, for example, subways. For example, this MacD's and all, where they have a small outlets. In that outlets, they may have only 2 or 3 employees. Those employees, they don't know network and all. Their business is to do selling their products and all those things. So there you have some small Meraki box. That is small Meraki box that will not provide only the Wi-Fi access, but with that small Meraki box, they can go and provide good amount of security as well. So you can do almost everything that you can do in next generation firewall that can be achieved by Meraki as well, right? And now you can see the product line. You can see Meraki has their own products, switches, routers, access points, firewalls, SD-WAN and all. This is interesting. Then if you see DNA Center, now DNA Center is not like Meraki, right? Meraki has their own router switches and access points and all those things. DNA Center, they are learning the devices, discovering the devices, and then you can manage. So Cisco iOS XE devices, Cisco devices, right? Even non-Cisco devices as well. You can go and search within DNA or discover within DNA, and then you can manage. Now DNA Center has some limitation. What limitation? That from DNA Center, although you can manage the configurations as a template, right? But people can go and do any changes in their devices. And maybe DNA Center doesn't know. That is not there in Cisco SD-WAN. Cisco SD-WAN, once you have a template and once you are managing the devices from the controller, then you can't do local changes until unless that controller, that device is attached with the controller. If you want to do some local changes, then you have to go and remove that from the SD-WAN, and then you have to manage it, right? So you know that difference, right? Difference in between the SD-WAN and the DNAC. ACI, I'll come to that. You have any doubt, queries in this? Please feel free to ask.
No question.
All right, so let's go back here. So Meraki is like SD-WAN and LAN and WAN. It's like all in one product. Cisco DNS Center, you are discovering the devices and then managing from there. ACI, now important thing here is this, that Meraki has their own APIs. DNS Center has own APIs plus SDK. ACI, they have also SDK, ACI SDK, and they have their own APIs. This is for managing the data center network, where you have the leaf spine structure. You can discover and manage from there. Cisco SD-WAN is obviously the WAN. You can manage your WAN from Cisco SD-WAN, and they have their own SDK and APIs. NSO is one of the service provider product. This is network service orchestrator, where you can provision, configure, manage the policies and do the optimization and all. This is one of the nice product from Cisco that is using Yang data model, this NSOs. So data model support is entirely different here, and they are very much well structured. Like this Yang structured data models are very much structured data models. Then few of the example related to APIs. So if you learn Meraki, you will understand not ACI fully, but at least you will understand SD-WAN, you will understand DNA, etc. So I have added few snapshots here related to three of the products. So for example, let's go to SD-WAN because very much similar to Cisco DNA that we have done. You can see import the request. This is why. This is for packages. This is for post request, get and all those requests, right? Then you have some username, password. Then you have the header. These things we have discussed earlier, that you have the basic credentials, then you have headers. Header may be application, XML, JSON, any other format. Mostly we are going to use JSON. Then you have the API. You can see that this URL is the API. Either you have some URL and then you have some URL like base URL plus API, but this is your full API. Then when you go and execute this, you will go and you have to take the help of request you want to get. So within the response, we are running the RESTful API with the get method. Like these are the methods like get, put, post, etc., delete, etc., where we have the URL, this is the API, the username, password, the header, and certificate verification false. And then you will get the actually false. Then you can go and so this is the response, right? You will get the response. Then if you want to print the response, so again response.json. I just wanted to get the JSON. I can put here in the VPN any name you can give, ABC, etc., and then you can print the response. This is the same thing we have done in DNA, right? Let's see the Meraki. Import the request. You have the username, password. Instead of that, you have some key because these are the cloud services, very much like looking like cloud services. So you have the key and organization ID. You have the header information. You have the URL, response, storing the responses and printing the response. You can see the body is almost same for this, either this or DNA or SD-WAN, everything almost same. Little bit variation there in the ACI, because in ACI you have to understand different type of terms like what is tenant, what is context. Context is nothing but VRF. Bridge domain is layer 2 gateways. Subnets, you know, IP address and subnet is a subnet. So from ACI toolkit you can import these things. Then you have the username, password. Then you are storing everything in the session. Then with help of this session, you will see that with the help of this session, everything is within the session. Actually, now we are logging. So you can see that we are logging to ACI. Once you log into ACI with help of toolkit, then you can create the tenant, you can create the VRF, you can create the bridge domain, and then you can associate the bridge domain with the context, the VRF with the layer 2 gateway. Likewise, you have the subnet, and then you can add the subnet with the IP address, and then you can push to the tenant. This is just one small snapshot within the ACI, but look and feel will be the same that you have with the Cisco DNA, Cisco SD-WAN. Same way you can do the things in the DNA, same way you can do the things in the SD-WAN. Right? So since we have only two topics today, 3.1 and 3.2, but the lab part that we have done in first 35-40 minutes, those are important. You can go and have a look on those recording. So far we have recorded video number 1 to 7, and this weekend just try to complete this 7 hours of training, because these are the basic fundamentals. Later on we are going to add something in that. So if you go through these 7-hour videos, your fundamental knowledge about the APIs and basics of automation will be very good. And on that, we will move. If you have any question, any doubt, please feel free to ask. Thanks for joining. Today we have day number 8, and today we are going to discuss only these products, these Cisco products, but we can do automation for all those devices who can understand API. Whatever devices can understand API, we can automate those devices. And in case we are managing other devices from that controller, so that means that if we have APIs for that particular controller, like for example Panorama. From Panorama, we can go and manage all the firewalls, all the Palo Alto firewalls. Likewise, with FMC, we can go and automate all the firepowers. Like that, we have the suite that is working. We'll discuss about this one by one. So today I'm going to cover these things like 3.3, 3.4, 3.5. These sections and subsections, because mostly you have to understand the capabilities and what you can do with these devices. Now here you can see the list. Earlier we are discussing about Cisco network management platforms such as DNA, ACI, SD-WAN, NSO, Meraki, etc. Now you can see that compute platform, collaboration platform, security platform, and iOS XE Nexus operating system devices. These devices. We'll discuss about these devices, although in this curriculum, Cisco expect at CCNA level that you should have basic understanding of these devices. They're not expecting that you should know the API, you should know the programming related to these platforms, because if you go and check CCNP automation course, you will see all those automations related to these platforms plus ACI. If you go and check CCNP enterprise auto, that is ENAUTO, that's the paper code, ENAUTO. There you can see the DNA, SD-WAN, Meraki automation in detail. Is complete section is there. That is complete certification track in CCNP, where they are dealing with in-depth knowledge of these products and their automation. Likewise, Cisco has their own security track like CCNP S-Core or CCNP security. In that you have S-Core, and then you have automation related to these products. But since you know that CCNA is common, CCNA is something which is common for all the CCNP track, and now we have CCNA routing switching and CCNA DevNet. So this CCNA DevNet covering the aspect related to automation. Now, in case you are looking to do automation and you don't have such a platform that where you can go and check your scripts and all. So for that, in this line item itself, if you see 3.7, if you check this topic, and this will come tomorrow, I'll show you these resources. So Cisco is providing free lab resources in their DevNet portal, Cisco DevNet portal, where they have sandboxes related to all these products, where you can go and create your API and you can have a look. You can see the result. This is open type of sandbox environment. There are many different sandbox environment. Not only the sandboxes are there, but they have complete training material as well. Like they will explain what is this, how it is, what is this, how it is, and then they will give you some sort of code as well, that if you want to check, this is the code, you can implement it and you will get such type of result. So that is one of the link, and that's why they have added the in this agenda, you can see they have added as a topic that you should know that where are the lab resources, and you can go and check those. Right. I'll come back to these things later on. Let's focus on 3.3 up to 3.5. Let's start. Although in this training, you will see that I have added few scripts related to these products. So let's go to 3.3. Yeah. Compute. Now, what's the use of compute? In network, it's very powerful thing. So where is the network? As a network engineer, if you see the scope of network engineer is actually small. Although I can stretch anything, but the scope of network engineer is not that big. I'll tell you the reason behind this. So Okay, I'll not make this diagram very much complicated, only few circles. You have a network, and then you have network security. Suppose this red circle is the security parameter. But point here is this, that any businesses, any type of businesses, they are not running over network security, compute or storage. Actually, they are relying upon applications. And whatever network security and whatever things we are providing for these applications. And these applications are basically, although they are big, they can be anywhere, they can support anything, but generally they have front end and back end, web, app and DB. So web is your front end and DB is your back end, front end and back end. So that means that any traffic that is coming, suppose any user, they can go and access the front end of the website, and then they can go the back end of the website. So these boxes that we have here, let me go and draw this. So you have some sort of compute, but these compute may have some storage. So that's why you will see that you have some UCS boxes where you have the servers, and UCS boxes are one of the nice Cisco product, unified compute systems, etc. And then you will see some NetApp or maybe Nutanix or something, or maybe Hyperflex, but I'll not go in that Hyperflex, and I'll write here just the NetApp, because Hyperflex, Nutanix, and other Dell products, they are some sort of system where they are providing compute plus storage. So they have unified compute and storage. You may have compute at different location, you may have storage as at different location, and in between compute and storage, again you have some MDS switches, some storage switches, where you have some sort of fiber interconnectivity, and then your network, that compute is connected with one leg of a spine, and then you have a storage boxes connected to other leg of a spine. Like that you may have connectivity. Or if you go and check the VMware solution, you will find that you don't need much of ACI and much of compute, and compute or anyways you need, but the connectivity is very simple. So if we go and discuss later on somewhere in some other place, so I can explain you that how the data center based on VMware look likes, and how the data center based on ACI look like. ACI is very much like hardware centric infrastructure. Still it is very much hardware centric infrastructure that can integrate VMware, non-VMware, like hardware, software, etc., etc. And then other hand, you have NSX type of SDN solution, which is very much software centric, where what you only need the compute, and obviously compute will connect it with some storage. But what you need some uplink connected to Nexus, and that's it. So it will work in an integrated fashion, and it has some nice inbuilt security features as well. Now coming back to our Cisco product, so you have this compute, and now this compute, and maybe you have some compute uh, over some cloud like Azure or AWS, etc., etc., and you want to manage it. So for that, you can go and manage with product Intersight. Intersight is something that can go and manage the workloads in private and public cloud, both it can manage. And then UCS manager is there, that if you have good amount of UCS boxes, with UCS manager, you can go and manage the compute, and you know all those terms related to UCS, that how it can have the server templates, and with that template it can go and spin up any type of servers with all those profiles, like boot profile and all those profiles within minutes. And if we can go and automate that process, even we can reduce minutes. It will take minutes because anyways the operating system will boot up and then it will come online, so it will take some time. But the process, the operational process, that you have to go and create the policies for boot policy, for a scrub policy, for different policies that you are doing in the UCS, right? With UCS manager and integrating with APIs or integrating with some automation, you can automate that operational task and you can reduce some time with this automation. And even Intersite is also supporting all sort of automation. We can automate this, right? So this automation is very much part of data center automation. And when you are automating your UCS Intersite, obviously you will go and automate your ACI as well, right? In ACI, you have 3-tier application architecture where you have all those components, like all those logical components like tenant, VRF, applications, then endpoints, etc. All those components you can automate. You can automate UCS manager, you can automate Intersite. So you have one big framework from where you are providing all the automation to the devices, to the data center components, right? Now here it is not mentioned about any mention about the storage, but the storage also we can automate. And Cisco has acquired that company Nutanix, right? So now they are very much hyper convergence system where they have native uh, storage, and nowadays we have that all those things are virtual as well. So now we have virtual storage, virtual compute, and all those things. So these things are there within system itself. You can go and create systems like network. We can create network, right? That is nothing but VRF, virtual routing forwarding, VLAN. What is these things? These things are just the virtualization. So you have same core, and within that core you are slicing the processes, and then you are creating the sub processes or network within the network. That is one of the example related to network virtualization, you can see. And then those virtual network also you can automate. Up to this point, if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Okay. Okay, so yeah, complexity is there. All those systems which is reducing the cost, they are actually becoming complicated because now you don't have isolation point. So someone is learning compute, he has to learn storage as well. So path is this, like compute and storage engineers are different. Why? Because overall you have different Windows admin who is managing vCenters, who is managing all the VMware things. So who is managing the entire compute, VMware, etc. They are managing the UCS as well. They are managing, maybe they are managing a storage as well. But this is different area. This is different area. And again, VMware is different area. So as a network engineer nowadays, they are expecting that you should know the compute, you should know the storage, you should know the network, you should know the network security, you should know the automation. Like profile is increasing, that profile is increasing, complexity is increasing. And if you want to manage everything, you have to learn automation. With automation, you can manage entire network. Otherwise, if you go and log into the devices individually, or even the managers individually, it is very difficult to learn the technology behind it and manage it 100%. Otherwise, you just memorize the steps, that what need to do, what are the steps to do, and then if anything will go wrong, then you will go and raise a attack case. So yeah, point. So for management also, it is something like uh, how much and how much area that one engineer can go and cover, because all these technologies are not that easy. Now, if we are in the network security, so maybe you have Cisco firewall, Palo Alto, checkpoint, all three together, right? And people are telling, oh, either you are managing Cisco firewall or Palo Alto or checkpoint, although they are firewall, but their GUI is different. The way they are operating behind the scene, like how they are interacting with kernel and giving their response different. Their updates are also different. So someone has to learn all those techniques, and then only they can go and utilize it, right? So that's the thing, that how much you will learn and how much you will utilize. That's why we need some sort of documents. If you have proper document related to the operational task that you are doing or upgrades you are doing, that will help. So that's why nowadays companies, they are creating the SOPs, right? That follow those documents and do any type of operational task, because until unless something is going wrong, network engineers are not getting engaged. Or in other words, you can say that if something is running, do not disturb it, right? So both ways, you have to take care on that. Anyways, I'll not go in all those things in detail. Let's focus on our network only. So where we are, let me clean this. I told you earlier that you learn the automation for one project, and that will be useful for other project type. UCS manager, you can go and do the hardware management. You can create service profile. This is the most important thing we have in the UCS service profile, because this service profile has all those different type of templates. This is the final result, where you will go and create all different type of policies, right? Boot policy, the VNIC, the HBA's policy, VNIC policies, right? The scrub policy. Uh, there are so many things. When I was creating this profile, actually I have course for UCS as well. I have conducted course for UCS for one of the company, UCS training, and then after that the little bit of automation. Their automation is little bit different, because they have UCS power tools. They have their own tool as well to do the automation. This UCS product that you have, this Nexus product that we have in Cisco, the firepower that we have in Cisco, the SD-WAN that we have in Cisco, all these products, Cisco haven't developed any of these products. Cisco have simply acquired Nexus, ACI, UCS, then SD-WAN. Cisco hasn't developed any of these products. They are seeing that in the market, this product is doing good. They are acquiring that company, and then they try to innovate that. So Cisco is not a product dev owners or product developer company, but they are very much like innovating company, innovations. So once they acquire the company, after 2, 3, 4, 5 years, they are adding new features as per customer feedback. And that's why you can see that they have their Cisco Live. Cisco has Cisco Live, where almost all those customers are invited, big customers are invited, and then they are telling their use cases to Cisco, that I need this feature, I need this feature, I need this feature. Even these feedbacks they are getting via Cisco tag as well. The customer, they are raising cases that I need this feature, this feature, and then they are innovating that product as per the customer demand. So these tools, and that's why they don't have any type of common orchestration for all these products. So you can think like this: oh, Cisco has Nexus, ACI, UCS, firewall, and all those things. All are Cisco products. So why do not they are giving one common automation tool to automate all these devices? Wherein that automation tool we have all those options. The answer is no, because they haven't developed one UCS and then Nexus, and then and all these operating systems are also different. ACI has different story. You know that although it is termed as a Nexus operating system, but Nexus operating system in ACI mode. You have to run that. And standalone Nexus operating system, they are different. And when they are part of leaf spine, they are very different. Their backup is different. Their things are different because they are managed within the ACI framework. UCS is different operating system. iOS XE is different. NXOS is different. Actually, no, not required that all these operating systems may be different. If you see their competitor, Arista, for example, if you check their product and all, you will see some EOS or something. Everywhere they are using same operating system, and that's the reason their scalability is more. So they can go and integrate with AI and this feature and that feature and blah blah. And they are very tough competitor for Cisco. Cisco has good support, and it is a big company, so people are focusing on Cisco and doing like this. But as a data center product, Arista, as a data center product, VMware, uh, they are also there. They have their market. If you go and check their business line and all, you will see that they have big market, huge data center capture. They have VMware has huge data center capture that Arista has. They have their own market because they have one operating system. They do not have this. If UCS different, Hyperflex different, Nutanix different, ACI different. So complexity is more in Cisco. And since now, if you go and compare the cost, so price of Cisco devices, you will see that they are selling at low cost. Comparing ACI with NSXT, ACI cost is low. One-time cost is there, that is the hardware cost, but the operational cost is low with respect to NSXT. Their licenses, NSXT advanced licenses are uh, much more expensive than ACI, and likewise the Dell products. And now this VMware is merged to Broadcom, right? Broadcom, yeah. So their licenses, you can see the cost, not for 1 month or 3 months. You just check for 5-year cost. If you go and check 5-year cost, operating cost, with how many endpoints, compute system and all, with Cisco ACI, managing from Cisco ACI and all, you can see a big difference in between ACI and those, because cost is one factor that while acquiring or purchasing that product, we are checking the cost as well. So those things are there. Now, good thing about all these products that UCS is something that can be integrated with VMware, with Cisco and other products as well, because this is compute. This is what server. UCS was one of the game changer for Cisco. I know 6 to 8 years back, at that time CCI data center was at its peak, and companies, they are giving any type of package salary for those engineers who are passing CCI data center. Why? Because of this UCS product. UCS is something that can do your hardware virtualization, and it's actually very nice. It's very good product that you have one big chassis and you can insert the servers within them. Cisco is starting building their own servers. So Cisco has their UCS pizza boxes, UCS 220 and 230, now I think 440. So standalone UCS are also there, and chassis-based UCS is also there. But either is a stand-based or chassis-based, you can do some sort of server virtualization. You can see this hardware virtualization, server virtualization. Even you can remove the servers, insert those new servers, and with these profiles, they can work. So I like this UCS product. They are actually very good, and they have reduced the burden to manage different type of servers and their policy and profiles. Right. Then you have the Nutanix and other game changers. Now Hyperflex, companies, they are removing Hyperflex, and they are going to start using this Nutanix product. Nutanix product also has one story. Sometime I'll tell you about the Nutanix, how that this got developed and all. Okay, so now overall you can see this UCS profile. They are supporting REST APIs. Anything that can support a REST API, that means that we can go and create the script and manage from the APIs, because you know the API. API is one format that is fixed for all different devices. If they are supporting API, then automating or supporting those devices become easier, because we can create a scripts based on APIs. Right, Intersight is cloud-based management, and we can manage the platforms for UCS server, Hyperflex, Hyperconverged infra. It has unified management, policy-driven automation. It can have AI and analytics. It can integrate with DevOps, with CI/CD. We have complete topic on CI/CD in section number 4. So we'll discuss more about this. And it has support with RESTful API and software development kit. So not only this, but they have inbuilt SDKs as well that we can install, and from SDK we can use their inbuilt functions and libraries and automate this system. So these automation are like one-time development. Once you develop this, then put all those things in the SOP, and even the new engineers are there, new hires are there, they don't have to go and check all those things. They can go and follow certain 3-4 steps, and they can perform the task. Right. Now you can see that I have added, I told you that I have added few examples as well related to this, but this is not at a CCNA level. CCNA level, you have to just understand that what is UCS manager, what is Intersight, what's the capability. Here you can see that I'm using UCSM SDK, UCS handle, install UCS handle. First, what we are doing, we are logging to the devices, and then you can see that we have servers, UCS query, compute the blade for servers in servers. You may have 10 servers in the chassis. So one by one, we can go to the servers, and then we want to create the service profile. So you can see that add the template name, the org name, pool name, boot policy, local disk policy, VNIC template. All these things we have already created. Now this script is clubbing all those templates together, right? Now we can do these things manually as well, but in case you have this policy already defined, these are again one-time effort. Even in UCS, you can go and create these profiles. Either you have 2 or 3 different profiles that you want to connect with service profiler. Overall, you will see in your UCS also, you may not have more than 3 to 4 service profile. And boot policy, you may have 1 or 2 boot policy, local disk policy 1 or 2. So you can go and club these different policies with different service profiles, and then you can push to the server. Right, so this is just the clubbing. So you can say create new service profile and then apply template to server. With this policy, we can go and create, actually club the policies and apply to the server like this. Okay, have a look on this on your own time on this. Next, again, I have added one example for Intersight as well. So API, obviously you will log in to the device first, configure Intersight credentials, get a list of compute servers. So again, we have the for loop to get the list of compute servers, create a new policy. This is again just an example. You can go and create policy, and then policy got created. But there may be different use cases. For different use cases, you have different type of policy. For different type of policies, you have different type of script. Then apply this to the compute device. Okay, you have any question, anything you want to ask, please ask.
Okay, you mentioned Arista. Is
Yes.
compatible with Cisco, this product, Arista?
Yes.
Because I see a lot
Yeah.
of things. They
Yep.
do switches, what they do, what is popular.
Arista can integrate it with ACI, Arista switches, yes. So I have seen those networks where people have Cisco Nexus and Arista as well in as their leaf.
Because they're cheaper.
Yeah, that you can check with the costs. Like Cisco hardware costs. Obviously, they are expensive. So they are using Arista data centers. They are using Arista, and then they are creating that tunnels, VXLAN tunnel in between Arista and Cisco switches, and they are compatible. Yep. You can check the cost with Arista sales engineer. It's very easy because anyways they want to sell their product. They will give you all those information. And not only cheaper, but they are stable as well. So they are also doing good, Arista. Arista also have their own CCI type of exams. Like we are doing CCI data center. Arista also they have their expert exams. And they are also very demanded in market. The demand is there.
It's getting market, basically.
Yeah. They have created some actually like Cisco we have orchestrator or ACI orchestrator. They also have their what is that OFC, some one unified orchestrator and all, right? Okay, you have any question, please ask. So far good. So you can go and have a look on this. Now next topic we have related to collaboration, Cisco collaboration platform. In Cisco collaboration platform we have WebEx devices, Cisco Unified Communication Manager, AXL and UDS, these interfaces that they are using. WebEx, we know that how it is working. Like you are using Microsoft Teams. Likewise, we have WebEx, but Cisco has done lot many enhancement in WebEx that they can understand the API. They have the developer toolkit. You can write a script for WebEx. They have a space ID. They have all sort of API integration. So, for example, we can go and create chatbot related to WebEx. So you can go to the WebEx, not only WebEx, but in Teams also. We can create chatbot for WebEx. We can create chatbot for Teams as well. You can go and type any message that I want list of device in WebEx or Teams, and then you will get that. You can go and write anything as a query, and then they will respond you. You want some information, and these WebEx and these Teams, they can provide you those information. Apart from that, Cisco DNA and other products, they can be integrated with WebEx and Teams. So that means if any event will come, for example, in Teams, you have one group. In that group, you have 10 or 15 network engineers. Suppose that is network engineers group. So if any event will come or triggered in Cisco DNA, it will send that information to that team, that Teams only. So all those 10 or 15 engineers will get notified that router got rebooted or some high CPU and all those things. So those integrations are like default integrations are also there. Simply you have to go and enable it. So those options are there. You can go and enable those options. So DNA can talk WebEx or Teams or other products also. We can go and have a look that they have integration with the Teams and WebEx or not. They can integrate it with the SDN devices, or you can go and create the chatbot actually, bot type of services from them as well. I may add one assignment related to DNA chatbot. Once we go and complete this syllabus, I will go and give you one assignment that create a script that can be integrated with Teams or WebEx as a chatbot, and then any message you want, anything you want, you will get the output in the message box itself. We'll check that as an assignment. Okay, so WebEx unified communication, collaboration tools, API integration, and developer resources are there. Then we have UCCM, AXL. These are just the XML layer. See, administrative XML layer, UDS are user data services. UDS APIs allow user to access data and profile information stored in UCCM, unified call managers, like communication managers. Earlier it was call manager, then it become communication manager. So this is the portfolio for collaboration related product that we have in Cisco. CUCM, WebEx devices, and their APIs are AXL. AXL is nothing but administrative XML layer, and UDS, user data services. Then I told you earlier that I'll go and add some script as well. So you can see that you need the URL, then you have function, room ID, and message. This I'm going to add actually. I told you that I am going to add one lab in assignment related to WebEx chatbot or Teams chatbot. So then you will understand all these things. So send message. If you want to send message in the room ID, you can send. What is the room ID message? You can send it. Likewise, if you want to create new room in WebEx, you can create it. And then the main function where we are creating new room and send message. So it will go and create. This function will go, or this program will go create new room and send message to the new room. So test room is there and hello from Python using WebEx API. These methods, you know how it is working, right? This is nothing but pure API script that we have discussed earlier. So they are supporting some REST API. That's why we have import request. You need the URL and the token, and then you can go and define the functions related to send the message, create the room. So once we have to program, send the message, create the room. So we are creating the room, and then we are sending the message within the room, right? So that's why we have condition within condition. So these programs will work as it is. What you need to do, simply you have to provide the WebEx ID and the token, and this program will work. Right? If you want to test, if you have WebEx environment, you can test this script. Right? You can test this script. For lab setup, I will give you one assignment related to WebEx and DNA integration. Sorry, Teams and DNA integration, since you are using Teams, but likewise you can integrate WebEx with DNA as well. Okay, last topic we have related to Cisco platform. Again, you know that this is firewall. XDR is the new term that Cisco is telling everyone to sell their product. Firepower is the firewall. Umbrella is DNS security. Secure endpoint is maybe your HIPS or IDS, IPS type of system, but they have their own secure endpoint that you need to install in the laptop. They are providing advanced malware protection AMP. So product is there. Cisco ICE is identity, providing identity services, and malware analysis. You know that Cisco has their own Talos where you can go and send the files over the cloud to inspect the malwares. You can see that EDR system that Cisco has developed, endpoint protection. So here you can see endpoint protection, secure endpoint, formerly known as Cisco AMP. I was telling about this AMP, advanced malware protections. Now it is renamed as a secure endpoint that will provide you advanced endpoint protection, including malware detection, prevention, endpoint, and all those things. So actually, I have one lab related to cyber security, Cisco cyber security, and in this lab, I have all this integration that firepower is integrated with ICE, with DNAC, with AMP, with IPS IDS, with Umbrella. I have one unified lab where everything is integrated, and there I have some hacker PC and how to protect from this hacking and attacks. All those things are there. So yeah, endpoint security. Endpoint security is nothing but AMP. So all those things are there. Even I have lab where I have this iron port. Cisco has integration with some third-party tools as well. Iron port, etc. Full stack security labs I have, where I can show you all these attacks and endpoint security. Likewise, you can see they are explaining that they have good amount. So Cisco has good amount of security tools from where they can provide cyber security. And since Cisco has acquired the company, how much billion they have paid, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 billion. They have acquired a company called Splunk. Right? Maybe you are also using a Splunk. So Splunk is nothing but you can send all those data to Splunk, and then Splunk has these analytic engines. They are nothing but SIEM. So they have the analytic engines that they can analyze those events, and then from there you can take some action. Right. So here you can see that the API for integration, secure endpoints offers API that allows integration with security orchestration, automations, and response. This is SOAR, SOAR. Security orchestrations, automation, and response platforms. SIEM, like Splunk is SIEM, and third-party security tools. These API enables automated response action, threat intelligence sharing, and endpoint management. And Cisco umbrella, this is nothing but DNS security. This is very much like a Zscaler or iBoss type of product. This will provide you the security for your WAN devices. Generally, we are integrating umbrella with Cisco SD-WAN, but it is there. You can integrate with normal WAN as well, or any WAN devices as well. Cisco umbrella is for your DNS security. Then Cisco Firepower, you can see that Firepower is next generation firewall, whatever that you can achieve with Palo Alto, you can achieve with Cisco Firepower as well. Why Palo Alto is better than Cisco Firepower? Because their build is like this. So the design for Palo Alto firewalls are better than this Firepower, although the services for Firepower in terms of cost is cheaper than Palo Alto. But still people are using Palo Alto because they are very much user friendly, and their design to provide, design is better. I don't know which design they have taken. Maybe they have taken some Juniper design, or they have taken some checkpoint design, this Palo Alto, but their design is much more stable than Cisco Firepower, and then that's why people are choosing this Palo Alto than Firepower. But Firepower, maybe number 2 Firepower. People are using Firepower and they're using Palo Alto as well. And that is one of the design use case, that we are not relying on one vendor. So we are using number 1 Palos, and then number 2 you will see Firepower. Firepower are also good, and they are capable of doing all sort of firewall and plus IPS and AMP integration and URL filtering. Also all sort of supports they have, that if you go and compare with Palo Alto. So Cisco is trying to match with Palo Alto, and these are also very good uh, firewalls, next generation firewall. They have the API integrations and all. Palos also have API integration and all. So no problem in that. They can integrate it with the APIs. Then we have secure malware analytics. Formerly, it was known as threat grid. Yeah. Even in my SD-WAN security classes, you can see I have used this term threat grid. Now they are rebranded as a secure malware analysis. They can go and inspect the files and what are the contents within the files, because they are using the sandbox techniques. And then it can be integrated with cloud-based Talos as well. Cisco has their cybersecurity engineers named as Talos engineers sitting somewhere in the US or UK, and they are analyzing these new attacks and these new malwares, and then they are creating the response from there as well. They can also integrate it with APIs. So that means we can go and write the scripts related to that. Finally, Cisco has this XDR product, Secure X Threat Responses, Extended Detection and Response. Secure X Threat Response is XDR platform that correlates security alerts. They can go and correlate the alerts, events, and telemetry from multiple security endpoints, and then they can provide the response. To taking the input from various resources, analyze it, and finally providing the response. That's the use of SecureX threat response. They can also integrate it with APIs. So likewise, you can see the full stack. So we have all these Cisco security products, the XDR, Firepowers, Umbrella, Endpoints, ICE, malware analysis, and all these products, they are integrated with the APIs as well. Few of the examples I have shown here. So one example related to endpoint security, you have the URL, get security event. Get means that you will go and use the get API, right? Because we are calling the requests here. So you have the URL, you have the token, and from there, obviously you have the headers and parameter, you'll get the events, and then in the main function, we are putting some if else that if it is a high or medium or low priority, then it will go and give you the events result as per their priority. Then some explanation is there. Then I have added one more for Umbrella. In Umbrella, again, you can see the style that you need the API, you need the token, you want to block the malicious domain, header and payload. The domain is here, and then you can go and use the post method because you are doing some creating new objects. You can use the post method, and then you can apply it. In the main function, I can go and apply it. This is my malicious domain. I want to block it. While running this, I can go and block it. Now, this program we can improve. This program may be user input or user defined function. So once you go and run this program, it will ask you that what is the domain you want to block. You have to give only this domain name, and this domain will get blocked. So we can create some menu based or choice based function or program where point one will be that you want to block a domain. Then it will ask, what's the domain you want to block? You will give that domain and it will get blocked. Right? Otherwise, what you need to do, you have to log into the Cisco umbrella. You have to reach out to the place where you have defined the blockage rule for the domain. You have to go to that list. You have to add that manually, and then you have to submit that, save it, and then it will block. With a script, it will save your time. All right, so we have completed up to subsection 3.6. So we are going to stop here. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Yeah, 3.5. In CCNA level, you just have to understand these terms and technologies. But I have added this script. If you are interested related to any of these scripts, let me know. I can give you full script, full-fledged script, so you can test in your environment. Okay, so we have completed up to this point. Next class we have lab actually. I'll show you the lab as well. Although it is telling that understand this, then I will go to this place. I will show you that how you can perform the lab task. So I may go and cover 3.67 and if time permits 3.8 as well. All right, we are good for the class. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thanks for joining. Day number 9 today. I'm going to cover only two topics, 3.6 and 3.7. 3.7, you can see that Cisco is expecting that you should go to their sandbox, DevNet resource area, and you can book the labs and you can go and check the forum support and all those documents. So let's start with 3.7 and then I'll come back to 3.6 because today we have very exciting labs. I want to show you those labs, and those are very useful. Those codes you can use in your environment as well. Those are tested codes and you can use anywhere. So let's start with first of all 3.7. And if you go here in the slides, I have given these links as well. So if you want to test and experiment Cisco technology, you can go to developer.cisco.com. Once you are at this link, what you need to do, you have to create some account. Either you have some Cisco account or Google account or DevNet account or webhooks account, you can access these labs. You can go and check then you can go and search actually with certain technologies like SD-WAN, DNA, ACI, Cisco ICE, all those things you can check. Then there are forums and communities that you can join. So I will go and show you that how you can go and do all those things, explore all those things. This is very much like documentation thing. You need to go to developer.cisco.com. So let me open my URL. If I can go to developer.cisco.com, you can see my URL there. And this is the sandbox area. You can log in. Let me log in and come back to this page. Let me give my username password. Okay. Oops. I'm logging via my GitHub username and password. They have sent me some code in my mobile number. We just send you a message. Okay, let me check that message in my mobile. Okay. 849. Okay, so now with my GitHub account, I am in this particular link. Now you can see here that you have DevNet catalog where you have labs, different type of labs. You can go and practice NSO, app dynamics, ACI simulators, and then you can go and find your sandboxes. If you want to do some labs related to Sonic router, this is one of the open source. I like this particular router and they can be used at anywhere, these routers. Then DNA lab, then iOS XE, then Meraki. Some always on labs are also there. SD-WAN always on labs where you can go and use this. Now, later on in our course, we are going to utilize these labs. We have some labs related to these sandboxes. We'll see that. Even in CCNA book also, if you check CCNA book, so the lab they have performed, they are using this sandbox area only to perform the task and show in the book, CCNA DevNet book. Then you can see that security appliances and threats and all. Not only this thing, but they have document related to learning as well. So you can see the doc center. And then we have this sandbox area as well. You can see always on and all those things. I can go back to the DevNet. So many things are there. If I go and search here, you can see SD-WAN. Innovate code and perform the task. Then you can see the Cisco Catalyst, API, Ansible, all those things are there. Meraki dashboard, API docs are there. If I go to any of them, then you can see those API docs, right? All those APIs are there that you can utilize and write your code. Let me go back here to the area. Actually, I want to do some labs. So iOS XE and XOS. You can learn also. You can see that now we are inside site and XOS. NetProg. That is their GitHub link where they have put all the codes, I think. Network programming, like that they mentioned. So module overview, automation in Nexus. Now you can see a step-by-step learning thing. You can click next. These are the learning lab center from Cisco. What is POAP? Next, you can see these sandboxes. Sandbox nxoscisco.com admin and this admin. And if I can open, now you can see on top the URL got changed. This is devnetsandbox.com. Directly also you can open this devnet sandbox. So two links are there. One is developer.cisco.com and one is where you can go and perform the labs. So here if I can go and check NXOS always on, duration 2 hours, you can increase I think up to 8 hours. Launch the environment. You can see lab is starting. And then you will see here this side you have access detail. So it is telling that this is the host, username and password. Here although it is telling that lab is not there, but let me try to reach out this link over putty. Let me open my putty. Let me see. So I'm getting this admin and then the password admin.
Oh, you are connected to some kind of VPN to access
No.
that one, or you go directly?
Direct.
Okay.
This is always on sandbox. You can connect directly. So now you can see that I have connected directly. You don't need anything. Even now also you can try in your browser. Once, yeah, you have these credentials and all, right? You can see on your screen, you can open putty and try from your side. It is reserved for next 2 hours. So next 2 hours, you can see on top time is going. And still we have this lab access for 1 hour, 58 minutes. Right, so try from your side. You can see this link. Let me put this link in the chat window. This is the the URL and then the username and password. Admin is username and then password is admin for. Please try once. So now I can see that, oh, virtual, okay. 9,000. virtual, and uptime 33 days. Demo version for Nexus operating system. Brave. Full-fledged configuration. You can see it has full configuration. Okay, so you can see not only this, but any lab you can, log in, like ACI, DNAC, SD-WAN, security appliances, all those things are available here. You can perform the lab task. Any question so far? You are able to log in? Just let me know if, can you try once, please? This Nexus.
Yes, I'm logging. I'm logging with my issue.
Right, you
I'm
can log in.
definitely, yeah.
All right, let me close this. So today we have lab, although I have booked any connect and connecting like this, but today we have lab related to Nexus. I can use this host as well. Okay, so let's go back here and let's go back to the, so it's up to you. You can go and check the link and all those things. This session, this particular session is just to check all the forums and links and sandbox and all. Okay, let's go back to section 3.6. We have to learn about iOS XE and NXOS. iOS XE operating system is used everywhere. You know that all these SD-WAN devices are normal Cisco routers, switches, they have iOS XE. And then we have data center devices where we are using Nexus operating system. And then we have service provider environment where we are using iOS XR. Right, all the ASR routers and big routers, they are using iOS XR, that is for data set, and that is for ISP service providers. Now let's focus on iOS XE. You can see that iOS XE has support of RESTconf and NetConf. NetConf already we have discussed, it is using XML based messaging encoders. RESTful API is RESTconf, they will go and use JSON, which is very much readable. They are using YANG models as well. We have full-fledged session on this YANG model in next session. But these are the modeling language, and it is a structured modeling language, and it has fixed type of modules as well. Then dynamic interfaces programming we can do. Yes, we can do embedded event management. And please remind me, this thing I will put in our assignment to create EEM script, although that is part of CCNP, but I'll put in the assignment. So 2 assignments now we have. One WebEx chatbot, another is EEM examples. Okay, and then it will support Python script as well. So actually all these devices, either Nexus operating system or iOS XE, they are supporting the Python environment. Even in Nexus operating system, they have SDK support as well. They are supporting power on auto provisioning. This is very much like zero touch provisioning or ZTP. You have some server, the device will boot up and it will get all the configurations and all. That's the POAP. You can create one server from where it can get all the configurations. It will boot up and it will work. It has NX API. Yes, you can go and enable this feature, NX API. Nowadays, people are not using this because anyways, it is supporting Python. It is supporting a different type of REST API. So we are using that. But you can see that it has support to NX API, NetConf, and NX SDK, Software Development Kit. Okay, so in general, iOS XE and Nexus operating system, Nexus operating system, NXOS, they have full-fledged automation support. We can go and write any style of automation as per our standard, any style. I will show you different styles of automation, and then it will work. There is no problem on that. Okay. So let's move on and let's see some example. Here you can see that I have an example related to You can see request. When we are using request, we are using request for API calls, right? When you have different type of methods like put, get, post, put, delete, etc. So IOXE, since they are supporting RESTconf, so you can go and write the programs related to these API methods. So we can go and have these API methods where you can give the device credentials, then you can use the URL. Now this URL, you can see long URL where you can see the device IP RESTconf data interface equal to maybe some gig 0001, etc. Right, that you can use it. Then you have the header. So this format is very much familiar, right? For all the APIs, we are using such type of format where you have the device credential, where you have the URL, where you have the header, and then your response, what you want. So here, suppose if we are using get method, so with get method, you can go and get the response related to interface gig 00. So you will get the information related to that particular interface, and if it is successful, you will return 200 code. Otherwise, it will go and tell you that this API is not working and this is the error code, etc. That's why I have added. Actually, I have added twice just to show this. Very easy, straightforward. We have done such type of examples, so many examples in DNA, and in section 4 also you have examples related to this. Today, for our lab, I have example related to Nexus operating system. Very nice examples we have that I will show you after 5 minutes. So then you can see that we have NX API, although it is supporting. So what type of support we have in Nexus automation support? You can see it is supporting NX API, but this feature you need to enable. So if I go here, let me go and log in one more time to the NX we have. We go and put that sandbox admin, and then admin, and just go 1 2 3 4. Now if you go and check show feature, and oops, so feature and grep enable, so many features are enabled already because this is sandbox. NX API is enabled. Oops, you can see NX API, netconf is enabled, NX API is enabled, so many different features are enabled. Let me see how many devices. So show should it be enabled? It is not connected well. Anyways, so if it is not, then you can go and enable the feature called NX API. You can see NX SDK is also there. And then it will understand the NX API style of programming. Then it is supporting netconf as well. It has support of SDK as well, right? Good amount of support. So let's go back. Here I have shown example related to NX API, where we have the URL or the IP of the device, then username, password, then content, payload, CLI, show version, just, and then you can see that below. I can go and run this. Why not? Let's check this and then I'll come to the main function. Let me go and check this. Let me open my lab section. Let me try to show you this program and then we'll move. Just allow me 1 second to open the program and present here in this screen. CCNA DevNet, section 3 and 4. 3.6. Okay. So do I have program? I have, you can see this program I have 3.6a. I don't have the iOS XE with me at the moment. But if you run this program, I'll get the output. And then what is there? Again, iOS XE. So I haven't created program related to Nexus operating system. Shall we go and create one? Let me try that. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll try to create this NX API program, but I have some other examples as well for today's session, and that will be very useful that you can directly use in your environment. So let me open this. We are using import request. And let me, okay, it is saving, okay. Import JSON, then URL. What is our URL? HTTPS. I need to copy paste from the chat. Second, let me copy paste from the chat window. And after that, you can see that we have INS. Then username will be admin, and then the password will be admin 1234, right? This is the basic thing that we are doing. Then we have to define the header or headers equal to, you can go and give the content. Oops, sorry for that. Okay. And that content type equals to, what is that, application that we are doing. Here you can give JSON, XML as per the requirement. So this is my header. Then we have to define the payload. So payload, and let me give one a space here. Payload equals to, what is that? This API. And after that, again, we have this code and then version and all those things. So version equals to 1.0. This is also character. Then type CLI show. Right, I'm missing commas. Later on, I'll put that. Anyway, let me put one comma I have missed. I'll put later on. Then what is that? Chunk. These are some of the base things that we need to put. And then the main thing. Site ID. Okay. Set to 1. And then input what we want to execute here. So we want to execute here show version, and then finally output format our format JSON. So this is my payload. No problem with this. Then we have to go and give the response. How we want to collect the response. So the response will be request, right? That request that we want to use post method. Within post method, we want to give the URL. Data is JSON dot dumps in the payload format that we have, and then we have to define the header. Headers equal to headers, and then obviously we have to go and give the authentication, right? But this authentication that we have, where we have the username, password, right? So username, password, and then obviously we want to negate the certificate, so you can go and give the verify as a boolean false, right? Now once we have this response, then we want to print this, so I can go and print this JSON dumps the response JSON, this thing we know, and while printing we are giving the indent of 4. So let me see, everything should be correct. Only 1 2 seems okay to me. If any problem will come, we'll run this and we'll verify this. So let me go and save this file. um, hmm, just and type is Python. Okay. Oops. And let me run this. Start py. Oops. False. So up to here, the warning error we are getting, but we know that how to negate this warning. I can go and use some value there that we are using in other programs. So you can negate this error. This is actually this header that we can go and add here some other functions. If I have in, but anyways, ignore this. Actually, in other programs, I'm using some headers here to just to uh, ignore these warnings, URL lib warnings and all. But now you can see that, yeah, we have the API CLI, okay, body header and show version that we are looking for. So you can see that we are getting some result related to show version. Message is successful, code is 200, body. This is the body. This is an access switch and blah blah and all those things. Now if I can go here and use show running config or something, or show run. We are waiting to get the result. You can see unverified HTTP. That's okay. That's the error we have. What happened? Oops. We are getting this format, right? Wow. Anyways, my agenda was here just to show you the style of NX API program that you can see it is working fine, right? You have any query, please feel free to ask.
No questions for me. Yes.
All right, so let's move on to the main program that I wanted to present you that you can utilize. So I have created the pre-checks program for you in our lab, where I have option I can go and use application based programming structure. That means it will go and start application and then you can execute or fire your APIs, or without as well, like you can go and use some HTTP daemon and it will work. Now this pre-checks, this pre-checks here, yeah. So 3 programs actually I've created, and let me close this. This pre-check, this is very easy, simple. You can go and use netmiko. Netmiko is a package, Python package that is used to log into the devices and execute certain tasks. So in my lab, I have 4 Nexus devices. Those IP and URLs you can see. Anyways, we can put these files somewhere and call. It can be in text, in Notepad, like that. We have seen this thing in our CCNA, sorry, Python project. This also can be put in any folder, any file, etc. We can call in this program, or it may be user defined or variable defined, etc. But we can do anything. So these are the devices which is presented as a list. So within list we have dictionary, list, and you can say dictionary, because key and value, key and value. So within list we have 3 dictionary items for the devices, and then I have one other list where I have these show commands that I want to run, and then I have this pre-checks, device and command. Now with help of our netmiko function, we will log into the devices and get the result, but I want some timestamp. So you can see that I have used timestamp, and then we are opening a file and we are executing the commands, and then one by one. So this is the main function we have, the pre-checks. One by one, it will go open the device, run all those commands and put in the file. Then it will go to the next and next and next until unless we will reach to fourth device. Until now, till that point, this program will run, right? And then we have the try and except loop as well. So here you can see that we have the loop here for device in the devices and run the pre-checks. In this pre-checks, we are putting the device one by one, right? And then the pre-checks command. Easy, straightforward program, but we are using so many different things. We are using the list and dictionary structure. We are calling the packages. Then we have list and dictionary structure. Then we are defining the function. In this function, we are using the exception handling techniques. We are using the file handling techniques. And then this function is called within other function within the for loop. So it will give you the desired result. Okay, so I'm going to run this program. That is our pre-checks. Oh, what is happening? Not API, simply pre-checks, but you can see API. This is the next program. Let me close this. Pre-checks.py. So now I'm running my program, and let me go to the folder where it will store the output for us. So now you can see session log 1113. Log is also there because we have that log. And if I open this, the nice thing about this program is this. First, it is running the command. So if I open this in Notepad++, I can filter with command. So this is the command, show version and show system uptime, show interface status, show logging last, show interface brief. So VPC is not there, that's why it is throwing error and show run. Right, so likewise you have the execution, and even we have other URL. Today we have some other Nexus device whose IP I don't have, but I have the URL. So let me try that. Admin from your side you can test. So if I can go and run the preset, let me see. Here you can see. This is our sandbox device. Oh, it has latest iOS sandbox device, and you can see the interface status, and people has given their names. Hello, bye, my learning lab, and all those things. So logging last 50, show IP interface brief VRF all. So here you can see VPC is running because there we have some VPC, but peer link is not configured. And VPC configuration is there and show run. Right, so it is working fine. You can test in our sandbox as well. If you don't have Nexus, you can test in our sandbox and you will get the result. Right, it's easy and useful. Then I created one more program just to see that how it can go and react with the HTTP services. So now this is different service. When we are using NetMiko, Paramiko, they are using port number 22, right? Port number 22, that is directly there to transport layer. SSH port number 22 means we are doing some SSH and we are working with devices. But if you are using HTTP services or HTTPS services, then they are belonging to application layer, right? Right? Oh my God. So, okay, so actually this SSH, let me recorrect. SSH is also working on application layer. It's not working on transport layer, but the feature we have, the port that it will open, obviously it will take some help of TCP that is working on the internet layer. But anyways, you can see port number 22 that it will use, that is TCP port number 22, and telnet will use 23, which is not secure and all. But they are, you can go and write your program like this. This is very like flat program, flat, but it's very useful in case you have APIs integration and those features already you're using in your automation server. Then you can check this style as well. Nexus is supporting different style of programming. We have seen one NX API example. Somewhere here you can see NX API style. We have enabled the NX API and then we try to work like this. Then you have seen that it is supporting NetMiko, Paramiko, etc. Like it's very much Python is scripting with Python packages and all. And then finally, we are seeing one with HTTP. HTTP, we know that it is using the application layer to work, right? So same thing, that we have device list, but here the prechecks command within the list. But the functions now we are defining, and this is also very much same style, but we are using some sort of post method to run the command. So it is very much converted to API style. And finally, we are embedding these requests within the HTTP server with port number 5000. So what will happen that once I go and run this program, then it will listen. So one application will start. This is very much like HTTP application. One application will start and it will start listening on port number 5000. So what does it mean? So if I go and run this program, without flash. So it is starting HTTP daemon services on port number 5000. It will not give you any result. Now it is working as a full-fledged application. Now you need to go and do query to this server. Whatever you query, it will give you the response. Right, so now it is listening on this port. Let me open one more command prompt. Oops. Let me clear this. And I have one query. So we have different style of query. Either you can do open this particular localhost 5000 port and do some query if you know what queries you have, or I have one example here. You can see my query on top. Curl is for querying, post method, localhost 5000 because this is my HTTP servers. Content, you can see application JSON. Now these things we are putting where these things you can put in your program as well. And then I have my payload devices. I want my query is for device 13 and 14, and I want to run this query. I want to see only version, show IP interface, brief all. Only these two commands. I can go and copy this. I can paste here. And enter. Now you can see that here you can see the response. Loopback 127.0.0.1 post HTTP on 200. 200 means we know that this means success message we are getting, right? Now, since this program I have converted in a way, so it will go and generate the output here as well for two devices. Let me do one thing. Let me clean all these output. Cleaned. I think yes, cleaned. Okay. And let me run that. So still you can see my services are running. I will go and generate one more query. And I'll come back here. Okay, so you can see this is coming 113. And likewise, you'll get 1.14 as well. And I can see the output. Now this time the output will be only 2. Show version, show IP interface brief, because we are querying only 2 from that list that we have. The list of commands we have these many on top, you can see that. But I'm querying only 2 on this. So it will give you only those. Right, so different uses are there. You have one full-fledged running application. In that you want only 3 or 4 outputs. So that also you can print in a file that is there in your directory, and you will get the output. As per query, you will get the result. All right. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Okay,